Hello and welcome back to another episode of I was gonna say Between the Rows, but it's actually the Paper Dungeon. I can't go through a single I can't go through a single announcement without messing it up. I'm really good at this, guys. Um, Hi, welcome. We're really happy that you're here. We have a few announcements that we're gonna go get started with. Aaron's gonna do the first one.
What's up? Speaking of Between the Rows, final episode, finale, this Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's special. All of our previous episodes have been 2 hours. This one hits like what, like five?
Like five.
Something like that. It's brutal.
We get slapped a couple times.
It's a good time for some of us. Uh,
Yeah.
Show up, watch it, have fun. It'll be great.
Yeah, that would be super, super great. Talking about that a little bit, the following week, so not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that, that week we're actually all getting together. And so instead of having our regularly scheduled programming where we'll be playing D&D and stuff like that, we're going to be doing a couple of talk shows. And so if you guys want to ask us any questions about the stream, about how we got started, how we got to know each other, anything like that, go ahead and tweet us using the hashtag AskTPD, or we just put out a Instagram post. It's the bright gold one that you guys can comment on and leave questions for us as well. We would love to answer as many questions as possible, and there will be two different talk shows. So one of them will be about the stream and how we got started and the main campaign. That will be on Monday night at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then one specifically about Between the Rows and Aaron's inspo for that and all that good stuff will be on Wednesday. So that's something to look forward to. And then for our last announcement, Ryan has something.
Guys, oh my gosh, we are getting merch.
Yay!
So we're finally getting merch. We're opening up a merch store. Next Monday at the start of the stream, we will drop and finally fully launch our merch store. It's going to have hats, shirts, masks, stickers, the whole nine. We're gonna have designs that include things like sorry for what I said while I was role playing, and we have a pocket ginger design, I believe made by our lovely Lydia, if I am correct on that. Yes. Yes, so super stoked on that. I believe we also just have like basic designs with our logo on it. So if you guys want to support the stream and rep our brand, please do stop by on Monday.
Definitely please go do that. That'd be awesome. Is there anything else that we need to mention, guys? Anything that we last minute thought of? All right. Well, if that's it, let's go ahead and get started with episode 11 of the Paper Dungeon.
Welcome to Nico Muras, a world full of sprawling cities and dark secrets. In the wake of the trial, a divine act of righteous judgment, the world has been launched into an era of rebirth. But there are those who still lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us across the continent of Talira, from the deserts of Elon Ryan to the fields of Rivaluna. Deep in the Bloomrose Ocean and high above the Alisar Mountains, our story will see our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
In the last few episodes, a lot has gone down. The party, after going through a blood portal found in the sewers of Athala, managed to find themselves in the Feywild, specifically in the middle of an ocean, at the bottom of the ocean, drowning. It was a great thing. They managed to make their way to the surface without dying, and after fighting off a few crashing waves and a couple of other things, they managed to send up a beacon that allowed for some spring Eladrin to show up and surf them back to shore. At which point they recuperated, did some talking, hung out a little bit before deciding to head east along the coast into what was known as the Morrowlands, a place where hags and dark fae, or not dark fae, winter fae, tend to reside. After a few days of travel and a couple interactions with different fae creatures, they finally made it to the Morrowlands, where they encountered a giant and a few other crazy things, and eventually followed this path that they had been tracking into the Morrowlands, left by a mysterious fae that they had been following. After they followed that for a good distance, the track slowly getting more and more frostbitten eventually led them to a familiar clearing, a clearing that they had been to on occasion beforehand when visiting the hut that the hag resides in the Feywild, with that one sheeted portal in the middle of the field. When they arrived, a battle transpired, and eventually, after fighting their way up to where this hag hut was, Renaya got her revenge and branded Melancina's wrists, causing her to die. The party celebrated and then was downtrodden with the new discovery of a few bodies before eventually making their way back through the portal, the familiar portal that some of them had been through several times now, and found themselves in the dark, dusty bedroom of Melancina back on the material plane. It is, there's a good thick layer of dust. It is quiet. Right now there's no windows back in this room, and so it's just that ever-present slight dampness with the green growing moss and different crawling plants that were also in this room, and just you guys inside this veil with that one like grass beanbag almost type thing. And it's just the 7 of you, the 6 of you and Kiamora standing there. What would you guys like to do?
Can I kick over the dirt mound?
Yeah, 100%.
I would like to do that.
All right, you go over and you tear off. It's very much like you know how they're like there are types of grass that almost like weave itself into each other, and so you just like tear it off, and it's basically a blanket, and it literally is just a mound of dirt beneath it that just kind of like crumples and falls as you kick and break into it before throwing the grass sheet to the side.
So first priority, looking at the room. How long do we think it's been?
As much as I'd love to know how long it's been, I think our first priority might actually be closing down this portal so nothing can get in and out.
I don't think we have a way to do that.
How do you suggest we do that?
I don't know. Is it some portals I think are structurally integral, right? Like the one that almost drowned us, you know? It's runes and the like. So
is there anything like that with this one, Mr.
Yeah, DM, is there easily?
Roll an investigation check.
Haval,
I'm gonna look at the beanbag, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, is that Aaron?
I want to check out the beanbag.
Okay.
Well, it got destroyed, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's currently a shambled mound of dirt
Guys,
and
I'm
grass.
fine with that.
First
I
roll
still
with
wanna
these
dig through
dice.
it.
Yeah, Ryan got new dice.
Shout out to Wormwood.
Nice.
Ooh, that's good. That's the same number twice.
Ooh.
17.
Yeah, it's not hard. As you guys look, there are the 4 posts that make this lofted bed, lofted bed. Anyway,
Sure.
the 4 posts that are met by the crossing beams that have these veiled sheets hanging from it, and along the posts, written in what Hannah understands as Sylvan, you guys can see that there are sigils carved into the posts, making their way up and across.
So, do I know what they mean?
Roll an Arcana check.
And stream, real quick. No, we're not sponsored. I just love their product.
Right?
We wish. Hey, Wormwood, if you want to sponsor us, let us
Shout
know.
out.
Yeah, if you're watching today or any other time, we'll take it.
Yeah.
16.
16. You don't know a lot of magic,
Mhm.
but from what you can tell, it looks like it's interesting because it is magic, and it's closer to nature magic than arcane magic. So that's kind of why you understand this a little bit more so. It actually kind of looks a little similar to some of the symbols that were on the tiles back in Vianola.
All right.
But yes, you can tell this is arcane symbols of some sort.
I relay that information to the party, and I say, well, if you want to close the portal, then maybe we have to destroy the bed.
I take out my sword.
I take out my mace.
Manners up.
2 daggers.
And my axe.
Very nice.
I don't have an axe, so I'll take a sword.
Yeah, between the 4 or 5 of you guys that just go to town on this, it breaks easily. You guys have some heavy weapons that are well sharpened, and this is just a simple bed frame. So,
Well, now that that's done, I would very much like to get out of here.
Where do you want to go?
Out of here.
Well,
Just
right,
away.
but
We'd-
where are we going?
Perhaps
I don't
just
know.
tune in for now.
Hey,
We all
hey,
need a rest.
DM.
yes.
Can I
while I'm
also
thinking
can I also loot this place as well?
yes, I was just thinking about
Oh,
that.
no.
Let's roll your
Initiative.
roll my what?
Shadow
Yeah, go-
demons.
Is
We're gonna
loot
roll your loot.
I'm
that
rolling
you
my loot.
got from
Guys, I'm rolling my loot.
from
the,
the hut in the thing.
Oh, right.
Oh.
From the
It
hut.
disappeared. Just a second.
Guys.
So,
Loot
Get
roll.
things.
Okay, all right. I'm ready.
D&D Beyond.
Guys, we did
Ryan.
we made it to next Monday.
Go ahead and roll D100 for me 4 times.
Okay. 4 times.
That's a lot. That's a lot of times.
I'll say go ahead and roll it 6 times now if you're gonna loot the
34.
34.
Did you write that down?
Yes.
44.
Okay.
Okay. Look, we're looking at 24 next.
73. Not quite.
Come on, Ryan.
How many is that? I can't.
That's 3. So roll 3 more times.
I'm bad at counting. 28.
Okay.
Another 28. You want me to re-roll that?
Yeah,
Or is
re-roll
it-
that one.
Okay.
I was gonna say, can there be 228s?
17.
Is the world large enough for 228s?
This world ain't big enough for 228s. And 15.
Okay. So we just go through.
I live for this. This is the reason I play D&D, guys.
You found a rusty nail about the length of your forearm.
Interesting.
Long boy.
That can do some serious damage.
Ooh.
That's a lot of damage.
If I attach it to my rapier, does it deal poison damage?
No, put it on your head like a little unicorn.
They have to
Or-
make Constitution saving throws. to
Yeah,
not get
yeah.
tetanus.
So they don't get tetanus.
You could really hold down a tent with that thing, my guy.
Yeah, 100%. There was a broken mirror that you found.
Interesting.
Does the frame at least look
Yeah, it's a
worth
nice
anything?
golden filigreed frame that stands probably about 2 feet wide and 3.5 feet tall.
No, it's a big one.
And it still has pieces of the mirror in it.
Okay.
But it's broken.
Okay.
There is you don't have this anymore, but actually we'll get to that one in a second.
Oh no.
Ooh.
You found a book that has a couple different languages in it. It's almost like a translation for Sylvan and for Undercommon, I think is the other one. I'll have to double check that.
Ooh.
Then you found, and those are the 4 things that you found in the hut.
Okay. And then what did I find? Do you want me to roll investigation here?
No. Are you guys going out into the rest of the shop?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys step back out of the bedroom and see that familiar hall. Memories of hearing Melancina conducting business just on the other side of the curtain that you can see at the end of the hall, and that paralyzing fear for just a second before you all remember that she's dead. You take a few steps forward, making your way through the hall. There's that staircase that goes up to your right and behind you up to that upper room. And you guys pull back the curtain and see the untouched shop of Melancina. There are the puppets in that front window, the random assortment of knickknacks and items cluttering the several different shelves and side walls and stuff like that. And as you guys begin making your way through, it's interesting because you can now, for the first time, be in this shop without fear of dying. And so you guys meander through, and you find a few different things. Haval, do you have something you want to say real quick?
DM.
Yes.
I'm looking for a deed
A deed?
to the building.
Like a book of
Okay.
Dang.
I'm looking for a deed to the building.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
Renovate the place.
Just letting know.
He wants
Hey,
to
man.
convert it
Home
into a
base.
very
Well,
nice
you
place.
go ahead and roll an investigation check for that.
Can I help him?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Ah! There's a 4.
There's a 4. Yeah, you guys go through the back counter, and the first thing you
Technically
notice
a
is that
7
this
before.
this hag had no organization to anything.
Yep,
You
yep,
see
yep.
piles and piles of random papers and receipts and different like things. Some of them look like they could be spells. Some of them look like recipes. Some of them look like anatomy drawings. There are receipts for different things. There are like Athalan laws that she had to follow in order to actually be able to conduct business and not be like thrown in jail. Just stuff like that, and it's just stacks and stacks of stuff behind the desk. So you guys don't.
Does kidnapping children not fall under those laws?
I
You
mean,
don't see
perhaps
any
it doesn't
papers.
explicitly list that, so how do we know it's against the law?
It's not illegal
Exactly.
if you don't get caught.
Exactly.
Right, right.
You don't see a paper that says, "Hey, don't kidnap children." That's more of like a common sense law, you know, like it's not okay
Right.
to take kids.
Right.
If there are any people that have kidnapped someone watching the stream, you should give them back, please.
Does she have a ledger by any chance?
Does she have a ledger?
Yeah,
like a
like-
ledger or you know, just
Like a ledger? No, just like an actual book.
Yeah, no, she has a book with some scribblings in it. It
Like, you
doesn't
know.
look like overly updated and stuff like
Okay.
that.
Does she have a diary? I'm just kidding.
No.
But
I mean, I was just curious if like she like kept note of the fact that she worked with orcs, but you know.
You know, I was
there-
actually going to
was there
say,
a high school crush that just moved down the street. That
yeah, I'm looking for a yearbook.
we need the
Um,
tea, DJ. The
DJ,
witch
uh,
tea.
Tarak is going to look for anything relating to orcs, whether it's written in Orcish about orcs,
Okay.
an address where it says Orc Lane. I don't really care.
Yeah,
orcs live here.
You go ahead and roll an investigation check.
there be orcs.
Can
Well, yeah.
can I look at any of the potions? I'm assuming
Yeah.
there's potions.
Yeah. There was that one
I would
bookshelf, like
Like to
bookcase,
as well.
that had a few different potions in it. You go up to it and you can see probably an assortment of about 20 or so. None of them are labeled. Some of them are like a crimson red. Some of them are like a light pink. There's blue. There's orange. Some of them are like black with little bubbles that look like skulls going through it.
Don't think we should touch that one.
No,
You
probably
definitely
not.
touch that one.
There's a variety of different ones out there. Do you just grab them all, or do you take specific ones?
Is there any way for me to like examine them and see if I can maybe get a hint at what some of them are?
Are you proficient with an alchemy kit?
No.
Can you cast Identify?
No.
Okay, go ahead and roll an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
DM, what did I
Yeah.
get? Really quick before we move on. I'm sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
What did
So-
we get? What did I get looking around just nonchalantly?
Yeah, as you go through, you find one pair of glasses that look like they're made out of petrified bone. They don't have any lenses in them, but they look like they're made out of petrified bone.
I put them on.
Just don't
At the moment, nothing happens. And then as you're wandering about,
Cursed
you can see in the back corner there is what looks like a skeleton. Not a full humanoid. I shouldn't say a full humanoid, but not a human-sized skeleton, but something proportional to a human-sized skeleton, but probably about half the size. Sitting on a elaborate wooden throne. What do you do?
Take the throne.
I had like 4 different thoughts just run through my head, and all of them not good.
What are you gonna do, Havel?
Havel is going to take his rapier.
Okay.
He's going to very rudely knock over the skeleton.
So you approach the skeleton?
Yes, please fight me.
As soon as you get within 5 feet of the skeleton, it awakens and screams for just a moment before its jaw falls off and it just melts into dust. You're cursed, but I'll get to that in a second.
I'm okay with
Good
this.
job, Havel.
How did my question is how
How long have we been here?
did the curse not affect her?
No,
Affect
she's a
you.
witch.
She's cursed all the time.
It's her hat. It's her hut. It's her shop.
And
What did he say?
Yeah.
By the way, DJ,
Those
that's
are the
an
things you find.
18
Is
on
it
the
18?
investigation for orc stuff.
but can I get to that throne though?
The throne is still there. It's a small wooden throne.
Orc,
Now you might
orc
as well.
stuff. Orc stuff. Go do orc stuff. We'll get back to me in a little bit.
Let's see. Go ahead and roll a
It's fine. Everything's fine.
roll a perception check.
DJ, I get like 1 good roll a day, and you're gonna take
Yeah.
this from me. Oh my god, it's a 17.
Okay. So you go back up to the upper room. And you can still see the 3 couches there with that 1 chair with the desk on the closest wall and the 3 chairs that line the 4 outer walls. And as you go through, just slowly taking your time, as you pass a couple of the couches, you take in a little breath, and the ever familiar scent of an orc just catches just the fringes of your nostrils, just ever so faint. Not enough to think that they've been here recently, not enough to think that they're here right now, just enough to know that they were here within the last probably 6 months.
Well,
And that's just because you got a really good roll for your perception.
That's something.
to cover my bases, I'm just going to double check every shadowy corner.
Okay.
Just in case. Look, they're
Yeah.
good. I don't
They're
know what they can
good.
do.
You go through and put your hand through every shadowy corner, feeling it out, looking really intensely, and you do not see any orcs.
Good. I'll grab
Havel.
that tea set while I'm up here if it's still there. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Havel was interested in it.
It was in Melancina's room
Oh.
on one of the bookshelves, but you can grab that too if you want.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, you grab the tea set. It's actually a really, really nice tea set, complete. Now that I think about it, I don't know what an actual complete tea set is. I don't know how many cups that is. I'm gonna say
Some-
8. It's 8
Some
cups.
saucers.
It's 8 cups, 8 saucers, the actual kettle, whole 9 yards. It's real nice.
Is this the one that like has?
That
you
has
know?
the hexagon on it,
Yeah. Okay.
or hexagon. Hexagon has 6 sides. Yes. So you
Sweet.
grab that very elaborate tea set. It does have a case that you can put everything in, and so you put everything gently back in its case, making it nice and ornate, and then latch it and take it out to the side. And you come around the corner and see Havel placing his butt in this tiny wooden throne and like wiggling his
Yeah.
way in,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
he goes to get out, and it's stuck to his hips, and so he like lifts up the whole throne.
Havel gets stuck. First the hat.
Okay, my question is,
This is
you
your
probably
curse.
can't tell me.
This is your curse.
Is this the curse? Is this the curse? That I'm stuck to the seat.
So, what you doing?
Havel's curse is that he's thick.
Havel's curse is that he's just an idiot.
Unwise, not stupid. Havel just
Havel knows that he's making bad decisions. He just chooses to make them anyway.
Face
so
hurts.
I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. This is a very nice chair, although I think it's a bit small for me.
Yeah, a bit small.
Just sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where'd you find that chair?
Oh, just here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just.
bud?
We lost Ryan too.
What are we saying, Tarak? I'm sorry.
Hmm? What am I saying?
Yep. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're sorry?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, remember the last time that we were in a witch's place and you started touching stuff?
It went great. I don't know what you're talking about. I got a helmet out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you got a problem out of this one.
I don't know what you mean. DM, I tried to take the chair off.
Okay, roll a strength check for me.
Yay. I'm really bad at these. Hey, would you look at that? That's an 8.
Okay, yeah, you go and there are two armrests. That's really what's keeping you in. That got above
Yep.
your hips, and
Yep.
then you can't get it back down over your hips. And you start
Yep.
pushing, and it hurts. Before eventually the armrests break to the sides. They twist and break, breaking off the chair, allowing it to fall from you. And yeah, now you're just holding two very like 1x3 armrests. of
And
this
now you're
weathered,
broken.
Splintered
See,
wood.
I'm fine. Oh, it's all right. There's nothing. But come on, that's a little bit of fun. We almost died.
While this is going on, Melora and Renaya, what potions did you grab?
I rolled a 21 for my Arcana check.
Oh, perfect. You can't tell what each potion does, but you do think that the 3 or 4, there was one that was like very, very dark green. And looking through that, it seems to have some characteristics of a variety of different poisons. And there was another one there was the black one that seemed to have some very, very deadly properties to it. And then there was one of like the crimson red ones that when you pulled it off, your nose immediately filled with smells of sulfur and fire. And you're not really sure if that's a bad or a good thing, but there's that. But the rest of them seem to be at least less extreme.
Okay, then I will take the extreme ones.
Oh yeah? Okay, so you get 5 potions. We'll see what they do.
5 nondescript potions.
Are there any herbs around?
Yeah, there's lots of herbs all around. There's several hanging in the tree, hanging in the windows, just hanging from random shelves.
Can I see if I know what any of them do?
Yeah, roll survival.
Guys, I'm never gonna find out what my curse does.
You're gonna find out in a little bit, but
That's the curse.
you're just cursed. You don't know why. Episode 300, big bad evil guys just show up and just snap, and all of a sudden you're just dead. That's the curse.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. You can see that there's a variety of different spices in here. There is a couple herbs that you recognize to have some healing properties. And like classic, like chew it up, stick it in a wound, it helps heal. There is one jar that you see that has these little red fruit in them. It looks like they're not fruit. Well, they're dried fruit is what I should say. Dried red fruit in them, almost like cherries, except a little bit bigger, and not in like the bushels of 3 or anything like that. They're each individual fruit. And there's a jar about probably this big, full of about 20 of them or so. You're not quite sure what those are or anything like that. There's that. Like I said, there's a variety of different spices and herbs.
All right, I'll take some of the healing ones that I know.
Okay.
If I can find lavender, I'll take some.
Okay, yeah, there's some
And
lavender.
I'll take the jar of the berries.
Yeah,
I'll just
you
take
get.
it.
Okay, so write down 1 jar of berries of dried. Write down dried tarum fruit. Tarum. You don't know what tarums are, but anyway. And then the healing herbs that you have are the equivalent. Each bundle is the equivalent of 1 basic healing potion.
DJ, you sly dog. Man, I love knowing lore. Haval has no clue probably, but
Yeah, you don't know. So Renai got some potions. Melora got a bunch of herbs. Ryan got cursed.
yay!
Tarak got a 2 set.
And Edward,
Yeah, what's up, Edward?
see if he can remember where she kept those like lotus flower looking things in the jar. Do you remember?
DM forgot about those.
Haha.
There's so many.
It was
random
in
things
my
this.
solo session.
Yeah, that was a
And-
while ago, bud.
Yep.
Yeah, you find the jar of lotus flowers.
Oh, poggers.
Can we get any
That's your
poggers in
action?
chat?
And no, Edward doesn't say poggers. It's not in his vocabulary, but yeah, he'll take that.
Real quick. Roll a d6 for me.
Ooh, okay. I
Getting
like
some pogs in
rolling.
chat, dude.
Oh my goodness. Oh, good. That was a 1.
That was a 1. Okay, cool.
1.
Good to know.
They're poisonous.
Does that count as a nat 1? Probably not,
No.
right?
We have
Okay.
so many commands.
Okay, cool.
I hope we get a pog command.
Let me just roll some dice real quick. That's the right way to do this.
Alright.
Oh, actually,
What
no,
if-
that was the right way, but it's fine.
What if Havel's
cool.
curse is that his skin just goes to like normal skin tone?
You just become a
He just
regular
becomes a
skin-toned
human.
tiefling. Gross. Cool. So yeah, you got the jar of lotus flowers. Anything else that you're looking for? Edward?
Wait, hold on. You just said
Hold on.
jar of lotus flowers, plural. How many? These things
can
are
see
worth
that-
something, man.
You can see that there are 3 flowers stacked on top of each other.
Grant's stoked. The DM has no idea what these things did.
We'll see. I wanted to do something here, and
For
that's
those
what I
of
thought
you
of.
in the chat who want to know what these do, you can find Grant's one shot on our YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I don't think I explained what they do, but go watch the one shot on our YouTube.
You did not.
No, it's
But
fine,
they
it's
do
fine.
They do something. They were worth money, so now I have them.
Find
Wait,
out
is
how
this-
much money
is this-
they were worth.
Is this the flowers that Charles bought?
Yes, it is.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So now you have a jar of those. Great. That's good to know.
Yay! Yay! I'm so excited. Hopefully, I'm not cursed.
Now
I don't
actually
think
feel
I
like
will
should
be.
Go back and watch that.
No.
No.
You
No.
don't get to go back. And
You don't
watch
get
that.
to go back and watch
You
that.
guys don't
You're
get to know what's
There's
going
no
on.
going
That's a little
back.
taboo. No. For those of you who don't know, nobody knows what happens in their solo one shots aside from the person that was for. So there's secrets
Except-
that nobody knows.
Except for
Deb-
I
True.
had to edit the podcast. However,
And
I tried my
Hannah.
best not to listen carefully.
They don't know what's
And-
going on. They know nothing.
Yeah.
I was
It's
the
fine.
one that was recording and or streaming, so I had to be there.
So if you guys want some of that stage irony, I believe is what it's called.
Something like that.
Stage irony.
Stage
Stage
irony.
irony. Kath, are you gonna do anything, or are you just gonna sit here? You can see that Kiyomora's like awkwardly just kind of like standing there, like leaning on his staff, like just not really wanting to take anything.
Can I look out the window of this shop?
Yeah, you go up to the big main window, pull one of the dolls aside. What's your passive perception?
Not high.
That's fine.
13.
The dolls
13?
are also cursed.
You notice that the doll that you actually pull to the side looks eerily like Renaya.
Ah.
I want.
But you look through the window, and
Okay. Well, basically, what I was looking for is I'm seeing if there's any if there's any guards or anything nearby, like relatively nearby at all.
make a perception check.
Okay, I can do that. I can do those things.
This is our shop now.
Look at me. I'm the shop owner now.
I am the shop owner now.
Starting off the night strong. Nat 1 counter.
Hey.
Ooh, okay, well, you notice the basics. You notice that's probably about mid-afternoon going on night.
Okay.
So there's that. You do notice the streets are somewhat empty. Not completely empty, but a little bit emptier than you remember this part of town being, especially since it's towards the front of Athala in the first ring. You can see that there is one guard,
Okay.
or at least someone that looks like a guard.
Okay.
The big difference is that instead of the maroon and gold armor, now it is black and gold.
Oh,
I don't like that. I don't like that.
What's your thing against black, bro? That's racist.
See, but that's like a very different kind of coloration. So like that means like a change in managerial positions.
Yeah.
Like that's like
Managerial positions.
They're under different management.
someone else is in charge now, and that's not okay. Maybe it is okay. Maybe it's fine.
It just means that the foliage, son of Joxer, is different.
I will take the doll, the Renaya doll.
Okay.
I don't
And
know
just
really
burn
how
it.
I feel about this, to be honest. I'll just stuff it in my pocket.
It's about 3 feet tall.
Oh, I take it back. I'll just look at it briefly.
Yeah, it's like it's the dolls that have the sticks that like allow you to operate their arms and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. It's one of those.
It's like one of those.
Yeah, okay. It's like a little puppet thing. That's not terrifying.
It's fine.
I just gently set it down.
Fair.
How far away is that guard?
Is that guard? He looks to be about 45 feet to your left as you're looking.
Okay. Hey, Kiyomura. Do you want to help me for a second?
Yeah. What's up, bro?
I just kind of... Okay, now, do you suppose that the black instead of maroon is a good or a bad thing?
What are you talking about?
I point at the guard. Before, they were maroon and gold, and now they're black and gold. Do you suppose it's a good
Are
or
we sure
bad
this is a
thing?
guard, or
Well,
is this
I
just
mean,
a person?
I don't know. I mean, he's wearing armor and just standing there.
At this point, he turns so you can see the crest of Athala. It's a little, or not Athala, but Oclaron. It's a little different than what it used to be, or what it looks like. It's still the Hydra with the 3 heads rearing back and the middle head breathing fire, except the 2 other heads are beheaded. So it's still the necks that go up, but they're no longer heads on that.
Oh, there really is new management in this house. Guys,
Yes.
Hi.
we might have a problem. I'll just kind of
Right.
motion for everyone to come over.
I'll come over.
And I'll point.
You go first.
what was that right now,
Lydia.
or Lydia?
Oh, I was just going to ask if I see puppet me.
I'm standing like there's me and then puppet Lydia, puppet Renaya, and then the window. So I'm like kind of I'm trying to block it. Just-
Okay, Drew, roll a deception check, and Renaya roll a perception check.
Okay. I'm not gonna succeed, but okay. Yeah, no.
DM,
Yes.
do I recognize the armor?
No.
All right.
That's what I was worried about too, Hannah.
I mean, well, it looks like it's the exact same style of armor that the guards had beforehand.
Right.
It's just that instead
It's
of the
just
maroon and
colors,
gold,
the colors are different.
where
Right,
the maroon
no.
is, it is now black.
I was worried about something else, but
I point at the symbol.
Real quick, Drew, what did you get?
Oh, low. 8.
Renaya, what did you get?
Oh shoot, math. 22.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
she
no,
sees
you can see that like Catherine's like awkwardly like leaning against the window.
Yeah,
you
I
kind of
just,
like
like-
look under his arm, and you just see like your face, but it's like wooden and like carved, with this weird, almost like yarn hair, this black yarn hair that's somehow conditioned to be slightly curly and wavy, like your hair is, wearing basically your exact outfit. With the same sticks that allow you to move the arms and stuff like that. You can see that it's a wooden puppet with like hinges, or not hinges, but little loops that like screw into each of the pieces of the arm that are linked together. And that's how it all moves. One at the wrist, one at the elbow, one at the shoulder, and all that stuff.
Well, that's not right. And I'm gonna go up and I would like to take the puppet and snap the strings off.
Of the hair.
No, just the like strings
That
attaching
connected
it
to
to
the-
the wood.
the-
So it's not like there's a cross at the top with strings hanging down. It's like there are two like metal rods that.
Oh, it's like a Muppet.
Yeah, like a Muppet.
Oh,
It's like a big Muppet.
I'm just gonna kind of pick it up and look at it.
It doesn't stare back at you. Just kind of like.
That's very like me. I'm just gonna keep holding it and continue to listen.
Okay.
Right. So anyway, and the important thing is, aside from the difference in the color of the armor, is the fact that if you look there, their logo has changed.
Did you just call a excuse
Symbol.
you?
Their symbol,
crest?
Their crest?
Insignia.
Yeah.
sure, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it.
The
Everything
house
but a logo.
crest.
See, thank
Guys,
you, Troy. I
their
was
marketing
thinking
team
sigil as well.
is revamping.
Guys, I invented the term logo as canon.
I think
Anyway.
it's pronounced sigil.
Anyway. So before they like had heads and now they don't, which is concerning. Because that means
This can't
like,
be good.
like maybe someone else is in charge now.
Renaya. Havel has slowly been like reaching towards the puppet and is trying to take it out of your hands gently if you allow it. Okay. Havel goes, sits down on the counter, still listening. He swears.
He swears.
This can't be good. A
Right.
change of this magnitude, there would have to be action. There would have to be. I mean, they don't just do these things willy nilly. There's a system in place.
So, if,
Hey, Edward,
Yes.
you live here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the insignia means? Like what it
DM?
stands for?
Does Edward know what
you-
insignia means?
You do. You know that there are three nations known as the Blind Nations. During the part of the establishment of Talira after the trial, a lot of nations were formed based off of race, especially amongst the elves. And there were certain groups of people that didn't really fit in with that. And so they created these little small communities that eventually grew into these three countries, Ocleron, East Bravania, and I'm blanking on the third.
Wow.
Asane, I think is how you pronounce it. But there's a third one further up north. You know that Ocleron and East Bravania are right next to each other. East Bravania is just to the east of Ocleron. And then Athane, that's the name of the country. Athane is further north past Vianola and La Stella, past the Lunincona Mountains.
Okay, I'm gonna give this a shot.
Yeah. so
Correct
the
me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so the symbol, the Hydra in of itself represents their unwillingness to fit in with each other and fight, or not fight, but stay down when other races wanted to put them down. And you know that the symbol is different in each country. Each head represents a different one of the countries, and the one that it's breathing fire, the head that's breathing fire represents which country it's from. The bottommost head being Athane, the middle head being Ocleron, and the top head being East Bravania.
Oh,
And which head is remaining?
So the middle head, the one representing Oclaron, is still breathing fire and is still there, but the heads representing Athane and East Bravania are not.
All right, so Edward's going to give this a shot to relay this to the party. Correct me if I'm ever wrong.
You got it.
Well, this could mean some pretty terrible things, actually. The Hydra. It stands for the 3 nations that are nearby. And these nations formed from cultural backgrounds that didn't quite fit. They've always kind of quarreled, but they are still live despite the quarrels separate from one another. It looks like the one representing, was it Athalia? Oclaron?
Yeah.
The one
Athal's capital of
representing...
Oclaron.
Perfect. The one representing Oclaron, where we are, seems to be the one that's left. The other 2 aren't there. For those of you who are far away from here, this could mean that perhaps there was a war, or perhaps it means just one has started, or it means that perhaps Oclaron has separated from the concept of being intertwined with these other 2 nations. It could mean a lot of things, but I don't think it'll be good. Could be very bad.
Should we take the black as mourning colors?
Like sad?
Oh yes. Don't you normally like wear black in a wake of a funeral?
Well, yeah, I suppose yes. It could also mean a whole lot of other things. I mean,
yes, but...
if the country has gone into some form of combat with the other nations, then things could be different for a whole long time.
It would be strange for Oclaron to separate from the other blind nations. The cultural backgrounds that Edward is referring to is unfortunately conflicts with my people and with wood elves, trying to control, I suppose high elves as well, but them trying to control the humans and gnomes and halflings and make them fit into what they believe the world should look like. The Valley of Kings, which separates East Bravania from La Stella, is a prime example of just how extreme that conflict was. Strong enough that humans from all 3 countries, all 3 of the blind nations, specifically wizards, got together to create a crack in the earth to separate us. So it'd be interesting to me that they would separate from the other 2 countries.
They were provoked.
Potentially.
Thing...
No, I was just going to say, you just hear in the background, well, that doesn't sound very good. And Haval is playing around with Renaya puppet.
We should maybe get going.
Haval,
Yeah,
maybe we shouldn't be touching everything in,
I don't know.
in the
No,
shop.
it's funny. Keep doing it.
this
All right.
This is a time for celebration, is it not? I mean, sure, things might not be doing the best outside, but I do think that things are
I'm
going
more
pretty well for
referring
us.
to a certain shadow incident that I remember at the very
He also
least.
broke a chair.
I
He
make
broke a
You
chair
broke a
a little
what?
bit ago.
Havel.
He broke a tiny chair.
It was a tiny chair. It was
Do you
small
need an
chair.
escort every
Was
time you're
it-
looking
was it
around
a-
somewhere?
was it a
No, of
kid's
course
chair?
not. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe a gnomish chair? Maybe a chair of gnomics. I don't know. Havel, by the way, this entire time, in like response to everyone getting mad at him, Puppet Renaya has been like also getting mad at Havel. And like has more specifically gone.
Now, back on subject. This it's quite heavy. It could change the course of living. It deeply affects, I mean, especially economically, it affects the whole of the nation, and I'm sure the other 2. One good thing, I don't know how long it's been, but one good thing is I know that Oclaron is quite good at being prepared for the worst, as far as I know. And I don't think that it would have reached us yet. So hopefully we are safe. I would hope so. I hope
right.
Who could go
I
ask?
hope so.
Yes, let's, as I open the door to the shop, let's actually go and figure out what our next move is.
Alright, how do we plan to ask without sounding...
I'm just gonna walk up and ask what today's date is.
Alright.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's right, DJ. Figure it out. How do
God.
months?
We made
You
a
guys keep
calendar,
talking.
DJ. We made a calendar. Flelos,
Yes.
are you perhaps worried that your papa doesn't have as much power as he used to?
But would that have anything to do with this, Havel?
I don't know.
My father can take care of himself. He's a hardworking man.
I'm sure, but, power ebbs and flows. I'd be concerned if I were you.
Well, let's look at it. Let's think about it this way. If this is a war, they'll need weapons.
Sure.
And they might need weapons who can have certain qualities that you can't find in normal places. We specialize in Aldronite.
I'm aware.
Aldronite. Yes. So it could actually mean good things for my father, Havel.
Yeah, I
And
suppose.
I respect my father. He works hard, and he can make something of himself, even if things do go south. So I'd prefer if you didn't speak of him in an ill manner.
I wasn't saying anything ill about him, but, sure, make your
Is
assumptions.
someone ill?
I
Don't
Edward,
worry, Shrek.
I mean not to start a conflict with you, friend. I'm simply saying that when in a war, if I remember correctly, your family has political influence
In the city, yes.
in the city, which is I believe, a capital. Are we not?
Indeed.
Is this not the capital of this region? Then
Yes, it is.
maybe send a courier to your father. Make sure that he's safe.
Could be a good idea. He usually only really handles the more economic side, the more, trades and things like that. As far as I know,
What is the first thing that enemies target when trying to cripple a power, an opposing power? Your flow of weaponry. So
or your flow of goods in general. That's a very good point.
correct.
Oh, I don't know much about wars, but I do know about, the exchange of goods, and you might make a point. I think it might be worth getting some intel from my father, but I don't know if I could send a courier, or maybe I could speak to Charles. Yes.
Perhaps. Just get in contact. Things might be a bit much more different than we could imagine.
Yes, Renai?
Renaya's going after this conversation. Is that everything? I don't want to interrupt.
You're good.
After this conversation, Renaya's going to take Renaya puppet back, turn it to Havel, and be like, "You're getting much better at this whole expressing concern thing, but it still needs a little work."
And Havel's going to not necessarily squat down, but like bend over so he's eye level with Puppet Renaya and just be like, I think that you're right. I really do need to get a little bit more better at that. I wonder if there's anyone that could help me though. I'm sure I'll be fine. And Havel's gonna like turn around and like
Yes.
walk where Cather is walking, I
Yes,
assume.
more better.
More better, yes, of course.
So, Cather, you are heading to
Yep.
the guard, right?
Yep.
Is anybody else going with him?
I'll go.
Edward will
Havel's
go
going.
too.
I'll
Edward's
stay
going
with
to-
Turak and puppet me.
Okay, Kiyomura will stay with you as well.
I won't go all the way up to the guard though. I'll stop about 10 feet away. I don't want to
That's
be
not
right there in the
terrifying.
conversation. Just like
Okay. So, Cather, Edward, and Havel, followed closely behind by Melora, you guys all approach this guard. You can see that he's standing in front of a mural, actually. I shouldn't say mural. It's this crudely painted painting, and he's actually scrubbing it with soapy water, basically removing graffiti.
What's the
And as you approach, you can see the graffiti. You can see it is this painting of a golden face with these two horns, not horns, but two stems that kind of come up. and then it's that golden face with the black eyes and a slit where the mouth would be. And there's one little billow of smoke coming out from the top of it. And beneath it, it says, the one is coming who will lead us into prosperity. And
Someone write that down.
Who is currently, with soapy water, scrubbing this painting and slowly removing it.
Yeah.
Melora stops when she sees it and stays where she is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does Haval know what that thing on the wall is?
Roll a history check.
Sure, Dad. Why not? These dice are failing me yet. That's a 10, guys.
Hey.
There's been a variety of figures throughout all of history that have used golden masks to hide their face for a number of different reasons, whether that's because they're doing something evil and they don't want people to know their face, or the opposite. They are trying to embody something that's more so than they are and don't want the recognition for it. You can't really tell what this represents or who this is or anything like that.
Now, Edward, with his stellar tutorship before this whole fiasco, would he recall the history of what this guy is?
Roll a history check.
What is Edward's intelligence score? I can never remember.
It's a 14. It's pretty good. That is a 22.
22?
Still better than yours. Mine is still
Yep.
better than yours.
Same thing.
I don't have very good
recognize.
stats.
You don't recognize this particular mask, or
Oh, really?
or
Okay.
anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing that I recognize.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Me
know if we
neither.
were talking about it, but he still says that.
That was just like,
Sir, might I borrow you for a moment?
Yes. How can I help you?
So sorry. My friends and I have been hard at work these past couple days. Haven't really seen the daylight in a while. Could you perhaps help me out? What is today? What's the date?
Today is Partomus 17th.
Thomas. Okay.
Okay. How long ago has that been from what we knew
That's
it was?
roughly 4 months.
4 months.
Okay.
Better than
Okay.
10 years.
Okay, 4 months is still a fair long time.
Better than 10 years.
Okay.
Is
Means
there
it's
anything
almost
else I can
winter,
help you with?
right?
It's actually, you guys basically skipped winter.
Oh,
You were
sick.
going into it.
Oh, rad. I
You
hate
were
winter.
in.
Oh.
You were in Demore,
Guys,
which is basically like.
we're in basically spring right now.
Yeah, you're basically just hitting the tips of the tail ends of winter going into spring. You're basically in February.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Oh, they had a winter war? Oh, that's the spicy theme right there.
And this display. I seem to have
The
missed
graffiti
this.
seems to be getting bad these days.
Right.
So many people, so passionate. It's quite amazing what he's doing for us, but still, he's been very adamant that he is not the one coming. So
Now, please, tell me. I don't mean to step on any toes. There's just, crazy times. There's a lot of propaganda going around. It's a little bit difficult to know exactly, what's true, what's going on. What do you think about the state of things? Do you think this is a good come about for us?
I do, yes. I think it's about time that Oclaron is their own people and that they can be self-sufficient. So I think separating from the two other nations was a good idea, and the separation from the gods has been uneasy, but it's worked well, I think. We've come to realize that we don't need the gods, much like Prasius has guided us through.
Right.
So,
I completely agree. And
it's quite lovely, isn't it? Being independent of yourself.
Right.
And the other nations, is it bad with them?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to anyone from the other nations. We've been trying to focus in on ourselves and let our country flourish and not worry about having to help or deal with other people's problems.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will walk away, just over to Melora and be like, can you come with me for a second, please?
And I keep my eyes on what he's scrubbing away as I follow.
Yeah. Kath, there's something now that the gods have been mentioned. It wasn't right there in your mind, but you can now have that reassuring feeling. Same thing with you, Renaya. That reassuring feeling of knowing that you're being watched and guarded by your deities. That feeling of something missing that you had in the Feywild has now been returned to you, or not. The feeling hasn't been returned to you, but that gap has been filled once again.
Haval approaches Renaya, by the way, while this is going on. Please continue your conversation.
I was just gonna say, I'm just gonna, as quickly as I can, make my way over to where the temples used to be.
Okay.
Specifically the one that I care about the most.
Yeah. No, 100%. That will take a little bit of time. You have to go halfway through the city, so we'll get back to you guys. Does anyone else follow them? Do you tell anybody what's going on here?
Haval approaches Renaya and Turak and goes, "Well, friends, good news and bad news. It's been 4 months. We're through the winter. But unfortunately,
the bad.
that's the good news.
Oh, you're supposed to get the bad news first, because then the good news makes it better.
Yes, I could probably follow it up with another good thing, if that'd make it better. Bad news is that I do believe that the fine country that we're in has separated. It is now a partisan of the other three, and not only have they separated from the other countries, I do believe they've separated from the cloth. Do not show your holy symbols around, or I fear that we will all get murdered."
Renaya, he mentions holy symbols, and you instinctively go to grab yours, and it's not there.
Retrace my steps.
Okay, that's fine. As you go through, you feel that the chain that it was on is still there, but the symbol itself is gone. So you begin retracing your steps, and you go back through and follow your steps back through all the way up to that veil that you guys just destroyed, and you can't find it.
Feywild.
On the bright side, they can't.
I thought we said wholesome vibes for Renaya this episode.
I thought it was a beach episode. We beat the witch.
Okay.
You can still feel malice there. You just don't have your holy symbol. You just don't have that crossroads symbol.
Okay.
Are you doing all right?
I don't think the holy symbol thing will be a problem, as I don't know where mine is.
Right.
But did you give it to Melora?
I got it back.
Ooh. I think I know what it might be.
Okay.
I've never been more concerned in my entire life. I do need to make a trip to a smithy. We could get you a new one.
Are we allowed to ask for that?
Oh, true. I might be able to pull some strings.
You guys are part of the
And
mafia.
I pull up the puppet. That's funny.
Exactly. Yeah, that is very funny. Good one.
You said 4 months, Haval.
4 months, yes. Is that problematic for you, friend?
Well, I'm just concerned about my dad, but
Well,
it's fine.
Yes.
I'm sure he's fine.
We can start looking for him once we get our bearings.
Yes, no, we need to figure out where we are and what's going on right now.
Right.
Should we? I notice it's starting to get dark. Not terribly. Do we want to try and find a place to stay tonight?
Ooh. I will catch up to you all since it's getting dark. If you would all like to find a place to stay, that's perfectly fine. I'll ask around. I know my way around the city. Au revoir. And I was going to turn around and book it to the scroll that he talked to months prior.
Yeah, I believe he was on the 2nd level.
He was,
if I remember correctly. And you make your way to the Iron House. That's what it was called. You make your way to the Iron House, and as you go in, the forge is not currently on. There are no coals in there. You can see at like the very, very center of the bed of coals, there is a very, very faint glow as just the last little central coals begin to die out. And currently there's nobody inside the shop, or not inside the shop, but inside the workspace.
Does
You
it
can
have
see
like?
that the, what was that?
I was gonna say, does it have like a light on in the actual building that it's attached to? I assume.
Yeah,
Like...
you can see that there is a light on, and a little bit of a shorter building, and there's a little, you can hear like there's a little bit of hustle and bustle going on in there, and there is that light on inside the actual building just adjacent to that workshop. Hello. This later teens, probably 17, 18, 18-year-old gnome peers up at you. You can see just the little scraggles of a beard beginning to form.
Adorable.
As you're looking through, he's not as jacked as who you assume his father, who you would assume would be his father, Fentwick.
He's got that smithy build.
Yeah, but he's got that lean mass. And he looks at you and goes, "Can I help you?"
Yes. Actually, sorry to bother you at such a late hour. I had a commission very long time ago through your
okay.
father, and by very long time ago, I mean it's been a couple of months, but I did pay for it in full, and would like to have it if it's still available. If not, perhaps a refund.
Okay, give me 1 second. He comes out the door and closes it behind him, goes around to the workshop, and pulls out a thick tome, and begins flipping through it. And your name is?
Haval.
You can see he goes back. He like flips it open to the first blank page, and then goes back probably about 20 pages or so, and starts flipping through it before eventually drawing his finger down. Did you get an amulet? It was like a bell, right?
Yes, I believe so. It's been 4 months.
Perfect. All right. And he goes over to this crate that you can see in the side that has a bunch of random little knickknacks in it, and starts like flipping through it before eventually pulling out this gold bell that doesn't have the hammer in it. And you can see along the rim, basically circling its way up the actual case of the bell, are arcane sigils. This look familiar?
It does. It does.
I believe this is yours. You did pay in full, so here you are.
I did. Thank you. I much appreciate it. Thank your father for me.
I will. He's out of town right now. I wish he could say hi to you, but he's out of town currently.
Is it on business or?
Yeah, he's making his way through Ocleron, doing a variety of different things. So.
Well, wish him my best regards, and thank him again.
I will let him know that you appreciate his work.
Yep, of course. Have a nice night.
All right, bye-bye.
Havel puts that on immediately.
It does require attunement.
Heck.
But you do have an amulet of anti-scrying.
Yes. Let's go. Okay.
Let's see.
Anyone else?
Edward would like to finish his conversation with the guard.
Okay. Yeah, you can go back to him. Did you ever?
No, I never left. I never left him. When
so
Cather and Havel just walk away, Edward goes,
"Yeah,
I apologize for my friends."
Oh, that's
just
fine.
kind of left. We do thank you for this information. I do have a couple questions, but first I'd like to say, this could be good, right? Like I know you think, but I've been a bit alarmed for a while. You know, quarrels with other nations that can be scary, but if we are rather independent, that could be very good for internal business and internal wellness, right?
Puts a hand on your shoulder and just says, "I'm glad that you can see the way now. It is good to have you, brother."
I have to be honest.
Please don't accidentally join a cult.
Don't worry.
Join a cult.
I was never one. My family was never really one to practice, honoring the gods or anything like that.
They're just not really necessary anymore. I mean, they really just mess with your lives.
Wouldn't that cause a lot of problems with people who practice here?
There were some, as you know, you've been here, right? You know, as you remember, there were a couple of those riots, and there were a few different instances when we tore down the temples. It was quite the disdain, but that was before Prazius showed up. That was back when the council was still in charge, and they really just weren't making things work. So, thankfully, they have been replaced now, with the few council members that are left being more willing to cooperate with the people's wishes.
Oh, yes, the council. How are they appointed again? I'm so sorry. I'm not up to date.
Well, they were appointed by power, basically. It was just a hierarchy. People in specific positions of specific births, basically handed down the power to their children and stuff like that. I really wasn't a part of it. I'm just a guard, so.
So they kept it in the family pretty much then.
Basically, from what I understand, or they had heirs that they would elect or something like that. It wasn't the people's choice, aside from the head member, but he is long gone now.
Okay. Would you happen to have, like, again, you don't have to go out of your way for me or anything. I don't want to cause trouble, especially in times like now. Do you have a list?
Scrubbing the merle.
That's fair. Do you have, like, a list of the officials or something? I like to keep up to date with who's doing what. I care a lot about, the exchange of goods and things like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think Fellows, Morrow, Allah, and Dead are all still in charge, or still a part of the council, along with Prazius leading them.
Delightful.
Provis, Fondero, and Rendevere were removed, along with Maximus Orthal, the elected official that led them.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yes, the people keep trying to elect Prazius, but he refuses to take the position.
Prazius is in the city.
He is, yes. He makes appearances every once in a while. He's acting as an advisor to the council on behalf of the people. We keep asking for him to take the position of Maximus or Maxius, but he refuses. Telling us, as you can see, of one that will come after him, one who is to lead us into the prosperity. It's quite exciting, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It's big news for sure.
Yes.
Whoa.
I'm surprised. Have you been in town for a while? Are you not from here?
It's there's just propaganda. It's hard to believe. I've been here, but I take everything with a grain of salt. I like to make sure that what I know is factual. There's a lot of, false conversation going around.
Very much so. I'm glad that you can understand that Prazius is our future, or at least he who he's guiding us to is our future. We're very excited.
Sure thing. Well, thank you for all. Oh, actually, I have one more question. As far as separating from other countries, that can cause problems, especially with travelers that enter our borders and otherwise exchange of goods. How's the financial burden going, or has that improved as well? Like, have there been any major businesses that have been uprooted or anything like that? Have you know?
Actually, more businesses are thriving just a little bit. Prazius has encouraged us to explore our roots and our talents, and many people have taken up their own little shops. The stalls have almost tripled in size. With
really,
just so many people bringing really random junk, but still, they're trying to make their way. It's very exciting. It's very encouraging having someone that wants the people to succeed and not those in power.
I like that. Okay, well, thank you again. What was your name? You don't have to tell me, but Adam. I'm just curious. Adam. Very nice to meet you, Adam. If I ever see you, I'll say hello.
And yours?
Edward?
Edward? Very nice to meet you, Edward. And he sticks out his hand to shake.
Edward shakes his hand, and walks back to the group. And I'm assuming perhaps that Cather and Melora are gone now, and
Yeah,
Havel might be gone as well?
Catherine, Melora, and Havel are gone. Kiamora, Tarak, and Renaya are still at the shop.
All right,
That's so
Kiamora. Guys, hear me out.
Hmm?
There's been a lot of changes. I'm not gonna lie, a couple of them alarm me. But it seems like Alclaron is kind of flourishing. Like, this might not be the worst change ever. I'm a little bit cautious in just, thinking all of it's great, because there are problems when it comes with, getting away from other countries and other good faiths. But we didn't really have a lot of good faith with the other countries anyways. And Kiamora, I know that you're from other lands.
Yes.
I hope this doesn't negatively influence your lands or anything like that.
I mean,
But
Stella is not really it's not a part of the Blind Nations Pact, so.
oh, well, great. Then, maybe this won't be too terrible for you. Nonetheless, my point is, it's a potential that things have actually improved. The gods thing is a little bit scary. I really wouldn't mention gods. You guys, they told you about that, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, they mentioned it.
They told us that the gods are gone.
Okay.
Or at least they're not.
Or at least they don't serve them. I never really practiced, so, but I know there were a lot of people that did, and so that could be a big thing. There was some. They've torn down the temples, which is a shame. It's a shame to me because the artwork, the architecture was phenomenal, and the things those people could accomplish were great. But it seems like they're doing okay despite that. So that seems to be the state of things, though. My father is okay.
What happened to the priests, to the acolytes, to the?
I don't know. I didn't ask that far, but there were some riots.
Yeah.
Hopefully nothing too gruesome. I mean, it sounds like the new power is a positive influence for the most part. So hopefully they didn't, do anything too obscene. Maybe they're still in prison, or they're not even in prison. They just don't practice. I don't know.
That'd be very interesting. I think we're trying to find a place for us to stay, and then we can all rendezvous back.
That sounds great. I'm quite tired.
Do you have any recommendations?
Well, I mean, there's that, what was it, the 12 Cranes Inn or something like that on the lower level, or is that a level up?
I'm not sure.
I think that's on the second level. DM, am I correct?
You remember that there's two. There's the 12 cranes, which is
and
on
the
the lower
the
level.
Platinum crane.
And then there's the 12 platinum cranes.
Higher level.
Up on the upper level.
I would suggest second level for now. That would give me a chance to look at the marketplace. I'm really interested how it's influenced the economic status of our city. This has there's a lot of things going on. It's overwhelming.
Plus, there are, if I remember correctly, I mean, that's closer to where the temples used to be, right? So
yeah, we could walk past there.
Want to check it out.
So to the second level then.
Well, I suppose so, yeah.
As they start walking, Edward's just talking about, like, in 4 months, all this changed. Like, there's systems to go through and all. And he's just going back and forth between, like, oh, but this could be bad. But then he's like, oh, but this could be really good. That's basically all he's doing the whole way.
That's fine. As you guys, the four of you, begin stepping out and making your way towards the second level, basically just after you step outside of the shop, someone that you recognize, Grant, walking down the streets. You recognize the man by Simeon Blood, an advisor to your father, making his way. This older man, balding on top, with this kind of scraggly black beard and these very intense blue eyes, walking down. And as you guys are walking, he recognizes you. Edward, is that you?
Simeon, yes. Hello. I haven't seen you in some
and he
time.
sticks out his hand.
I take it, but you guys, he's a little bit nervous.
Yeah, he shakes it and then pulls you into a very like gentle, like awkward, like I've known you because I'm an associate of your father, but I'm also like I feel like I've known you long enough to do this, but like not really type of hug. Before kind of stepping away and goes, "Where have you been? We've been looking for you. We've been very curious as to where you've gone."
Yeah, I'm sure you have. So much has happened. I don't blame you. I've been using my skills to,
Your
do other
father-
positive things in society. And...
Yes, your father told us that you were traveling abroad to study, doing different schools.
Yes, that too. Yeah, I've been learning a lot. Learning systems and how to
Yes, it's very
better
good
the lower.
to learn other establishments and how to do business. I'm sure your father
Yes,
will
especially-
greatly appreciate that when you take over his position.
I'm sure he will. Yes.
Yes,
I'm
it's
sure
very
he
smart
will.
of you. He was very. He sounded very, in his own way, proud that you were.
Wait,
looking
he
to do more
sounded
for the business.
Oh, really? That's
In his
surprising.
own way. You know your father. He's very stoic, but he seems happy that you were taking the initiative to learn new businesses to allow for fellows and co to thrive.
Oh. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Makes sense. You've been gone for quite some time. Are you making your way to him? Should I let him know that you're coming?
Not yet. I've been having a long journey, and I would rather, present myself to him. It's a bit of
That's
like an
fair,
honor
very
thing.
nice. Yes, of course.
So if you could keep it a secret, that
can
would be really
definitely do
great.
that. That's fine.
Really, really great.
Well, it's so great to see you. I do have some business that I am taking care of right now, but it's
Oh,
very
really?
good to
Is
see
it
you again.
is it related to the council and all that? Do you still work for my father?
Yes, I do still work for your father. This is more with the fellows and co side versus the council side. He's
Sure.
become more reserved with that work. I don't help him quite as much with any of that. It's interesting. I've almost taken control of fellows and co. So I'm
Really?
doing a lot more work than
Whoa.
I expected to be doing. But
Wait, you're
it's
taking over?
I'm not in charge or anything like that. But I conduct most of the business now, so your father can focus on the council.
Whoa.
But now that you've
That's a
returned,
bit-
you'll basically be replacing me. That would be great.
Ah.
I could use I could use some help lessening the load, honestly.
Oh, I'm sure. And Charles, he's still around? Yes.
Yeah, Charles is still around, still the butler.
And my mother doing great?
Yeah, she's doing fantastic.
Oh, okay. Good. Great. That's good to hear. That's good news. It's good
Yes,
news.
of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, like I said, I am quite busy, so I must be getting. But like I said, it was a pleasure to see you again.
It was great to see you too. Thank you.
Yeah, so long, Edward. And he does the awkward hug again before hastily making his way back through the city.
I lean down to Renaya. Well, that looked awkward.
Hey, Edward,
You
you okay there,
understand
bud?
what's going on?
I think that's his dad.
Wow. That was.
Yeah, let's walk and talk. Come on.
Did you hear what he said? He said that
Yeah.
my father expects me to take his mantle? I mean, I've known that for a long time, but especially after the act I pulled, that doesn't make sense. I thought he'd be so furious with me.
Did you do
No,
something
I
that you wouldn't be proud of?
Oh, I guess so. He's trained me since I was young to, do the business, and after, traveling with Charles a bit, I saw that there's quite a bit of separation between those who are successful and those who aren't really making a life for themselves down in the lower levels and things, and I thought that maybe I could help, that side of things along with my abilities or whatnot. I didn't think he'd be happy about it. I mean, it's not like I've never really enjoyed business stuff. I wanted to do something for a change, but now this
tell him
China
that?
changes things.
Did you
What'd you say?
tell him that?
Tell him what?
That you didn't want to take over the business?
I mean, kind of. I at least asked him about, the other side of things, why people aren't making money, stuff like that when they could. He
Interesting.
doesn't like, I don't know. He didn't seem like he was very interested in that side of things at the time. But again, I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I
So,
just went off. I tried things and
Yeah, no, you've been doing great. You've helped us out a lot. With beacons and powerful spells and stuff like that. I mean, I can't do any magic. Aside from
mean,
the occasional like.
that's just
thing,
that's
but I
just
don't really know
that's
how.
just what I learned from my tutors.
I mean, you had some very talented tutors, right?
Yes, that's true. But also, I was learning to help the business along and things. That's what I actually set out to do, was maybe incorporate systems and things that could help move things along. I thought that would be impressive. Now everybody thinks I've been off at school learning stuff about business, and like, I don't think I'm ready to take up a business or anything like that. That's crazy. Do you realize how big our company is? Do you realize how big it is?
I mean, yes, we've heard it. Fellers and Co. supplies
it's a
quite
big deal.
Minerals to a variety of different people.
And like they said, they were keeping the family in the council. That's a lot of pressure, Kiyomura. I don't know what to think of it all.
No, that's just
like,
breathe.
what do I say if I
Okay,
go back? Hey,
it's okay. Shh, it's okay. You just gotta breathe. It's okay. Let's just not worry about it right now. Like, you're not going back to see your dad right now. We'll give you some time to think. We'll formulate a game plan. It'll be great.
Okay.
All right.
That sounds
Come
all
on.
right.
And he kind of like slaps you on the butt and then pushes you forward up the stairs.
Excuse me.
The athletic butt slap, the signature of the horned elves.
That's right. So you guys begin making your way up to the second level, and as you guys begin making your way up there, just as Havel's beginning to leave the iron house, you catch up to him. Actually, this is taking roughly about the same amount of time, and so you see him just as you guys are heading around the west side of the second level, making your way towards what you know is the 12 platinum crayons.
Puppet wave.
Nope. Muted.
Muted.
There we go. You guys begin heading that way. Cather and Melora. You guys, Melora almost being dragged behind Cather as he goes racing up the steps.
For once.
Yeah, right? Basically being dragged behind Cather as you guys go up the second level and then towards the west to make it up the central staircase that leads up to the third level, where you know where the now 13 temples, since there's a new update to the rules, the now 13 temples lie in the area of town known as the Home of the Gods, or it was known. You no longer know if that's still called there. And you guys begin racing up those zigzagging steps, making your way up to the third level. And as you come out the gates, you immediately see organized but chaotic piles of rubble.
I stop Cather for a second. You may see something that you didn't want to see. How can I help you right now?
I'm sorry, I don't really know.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of like actually like just like stumbled to my knees.
I'll put a hand on his shoulder, hesitantly.
I'm sorry. I just
Don't be sorry to me.
I put a hand where my holy symbol is hidden beneath my armor.
Mm-hmm.
This was a bad idea.
Do you want me to go first? Maybe. I can look around.
Yeah. Maybe let's do that.
Here. You stay with Ginger. I'll take her out and I'll give her to him. Just try to focus on breathing. Maybe. I'll be right back, and I'll leave her with him, and I'll go forward and I'll kind of rush.
Yeah. You hand Ginger to Cather, and she can, Ginger being the insightful squirrel that she is, immediately can tell the discomfort that Cather has. And so she immediately, wherever he puts her, whether that's on his shoulder or chest, she immediately starts to like snuggle into you, Cather, and just kind of like look up at you with these eyes that are way too big for a squirrel's face. And it's like there's like the little sparkle in them, and she just looks up at you with the most like "I'm so sorry" type face. Melora, you take a few steps into into this ring, and you can see a wake of destruction. Each of the 13 temples has basically been leveled. Most of the basins that held the fires, the different colored fires, have been cracked or are currently out. Many of the ornate tiles that made up this courtyard have been cracked or trampled or smushed. And as you go through, you can tell that the destruction was not made in a organized manner by any means. As you look through, you can see that there are large dents and craters in the ground where things fell, or on occasion it looks almost like something punched the ground or something along those lines. And as you begin making your way through, you begin to realize that the methodology for destroying these temples was something tearing them down. Maybe one or two different creatures potentially, but something that would literally go through and rip the pillars off the ground and snap them in half and tear tile from tile, brick from brick. Many of the temples look like they were collapsed inwards. The worst part is in each of the temples in the rubble, you can see the faces of the gods buried in the rubble. Each of the statues that was in each of the temples, all three of them, all 23 gods, each one cracked, stained, dusty. Some of them are etched with different chemicals that look like they have been burned. Some of them are scorched, some of them are eroded, some of them that were made of bronze have rusted away and turned and beginning to turn green.
Do I see any evidence of people?
You don't see any bodies or people or anything like that.
All right.
Just the structural remains of these temples. The thing that you're most concerned about is as you look at the actually, let me just remember the actual name of it. The House of the Final Call, the Temple of the Death Gods.
Right.
Adaria's statue, the prime god of death, has been torn in half, right down the middle.
Is there anything around, any remnants that could be sentimental for someone who worships there that I could grab?
As you begin making your way through, trying to find little things, the longer you stay doing that, the more you realize that these temples have been picked clean of any valuables, any knowledge, anything that someone would want. Any religious sympathizers who have been here before you guys have taken everything in hopes of either keeping this safe or you can see there is one pile on the far side of just scrolls and textbooks and papers that are just in a pile of ash now.
All right. I'll take a deep breath and I'll start slowly walking back. I'll approach very slowly. I didn't much think you want to go there. I'm so sorry, Cather. I couldn't find anything to bring you. It seems that it's been looked through quite a ways.
Well, thank you for trying. I'll slowly stand up. It's just, I haven't really told any of you guys this, and just because it hasn't necessarily come up, but despite the fact that several parties of the group don't really understand, ironically, death was there for me in a very dark time of my life.
Right. Do you want to talk about it? You didn't have to if it's too much, but
When a long time ago, back home, I just mentally wasn't really there. And my sister, Valna, was helped me through it. And it was one day we were walking through the fields back home. It was her favorite thing to do, and I just kind of was there, really. And I saw them for the first time. And for some reason, I just had this sense of peace and comfort that I'd never experienced before. And it just... we should get back to the others, perhaps see what they're thinking and what we should do.
alright. Didn't know if they're still there.
Right.
We did kind of leave without talking to them, but where do you think they would go?
Probably an inn. I imagine maybe something quiet.
Somewhere we've been before, I'm sure.
Probably.
Edward would probably wish for one of the better ones.
Probably. I guess. I mean, do we want to try the platinum cranes then?
Sure, we could try there. I mean, I like.
Do we have to now, Mr. DM? Do we have to pass through the rest of this ring to get to the platinum cranes?
Platinum
No,
cranes is on the second ring.
It's the
So
other
you can
way.
just go back down the stairs and then.
Neat. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Rad.
Um,
I will now, for the first time since we came up to this ring, look up.
Okay. The
And-
first thing that you can see, aside from Melora blocking most of the vision, is the pile of burned scrolls and texts and papers. Just this vast repertoire of knowledge destroyed.
Right. I'll look to Melora. Thank you again.
you're welcome. I'm sorry I wasn't much help.
Yeah, we should get going.
Alright. You can keep Ginger for now, if you'd like.
Just kind of pat her on the head.
She nuzzles further into your neck. And you guys begin making your way down the stairs. After a little bit, it's not hard. You make your way down the stairs and know what would be your right to head west through the city. You make your way to the 12 platinum cranes. It's very interesting. There's this. After talking to the guard, there's almost this idea of prosperity with the people. Like this is a good thing that's going on. That potentially there's benefits to this, but as you guys have been making your way through the city, all 6 of you guys, all 7 of you guys, you'll notice that there are a lot less people outside. Most of the people are staying indoors and some of them are staying to themselves. The most concerning thing that you all see, first, the 5 of you, Haval, Tarak, Edward, Renaya, and Kiamora. You guys see the first half of it. Catherine, Melora, you see the second half. But there are patrols of guards making their way through the city, never bothering you, never just slowly nodding their heads, conversing if you start the conversation. But there is a time where you guys notice 2 people barge out of this door, dragging this older man behind them, and they drag him and throw him at the feet of these guards, and they begin shouting these things about a religious sympathizer, refusal to cooperate, and this lack of nationalism that makes him a traitor to the state, at which point the guards take him and arrest him, and begin making their way through to a variety of different places. You're not sure where they take him. Seeing this, you all quickly begin making your way back to the 12 platinum cranes. Inside, it is pretty barren. There are one or two stragglers sitting inside the inn. You remember this is one of the inns with 2 stories, and it has that covered patio with the 12 cranes on it. And then there's that sign that says 12 platinum cranes. And you make your way in, and you can see the very, very nice dining area to your right with the piano and the stage and the several tables in front of it. Crap, I forgot to write down the proprietor's name. Anyway, there is the proprietor standing there, currently washing a couple of glasses. As you guys make your way in, he, if I remember, no, that was the platinum cranes. Not the platinum cranes, the 12 cranes. Anyway, he waves at you, allowing you to come in. How can I help you?
I think it's Antoine Ramondo?
Yes, that's right. Yes, Aaron.
Wow, Aaron.
Guys, I took notes, guys.
Good job, Antoine.
Good job.
Yes.
I didn't write that down.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Because it's not the family that's running this one; it's the nicer dude.
Hey guys, didn't I ask before we started who's Anton? Because I was looking at my notes.
No, it's Antoine
And then you
Ramondo,
guys,
the
and then
hotel
you guys
owner.
made a joke and then didn't answer me.
Look, I didn't
I
look
thought you
at my
said
notes.
Antoine. Anyway.
I don't take notes. Thanks, Eve. By the way, thank you.
How can I help you?
Oh, we need a room. For,
Maybe
well,
just
several
one
rooms
rooms.
actually. Like
How many
7,
rooms would you like? 7 rooms?
7 rooms.
All right.
We have
that's
7
fantastic.
rooms.
He goes through. That will just be 7 gold then.
I can take that. I'll pay for it.
Perfect. 7 gold, please.
Yeah, I hand him 7 gold.
Perfect. And he pulls out 7 keys, each one labeled with a specific room, and says, "You're lucky. We only had about 8 left, so I'm glad you guys are taking up all of our business. If you need anything, I'll be down here serving up food. Tonight we have some fish fillets that we're serving up with some garlic mashed potatoes and some broccoli and the sorts. We don't have any entertainment tonight, but that is all available to you if you'd like. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay in your rooms. I don't really care. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
I do actually have a question. You like run this place, right? And
I do, yes.
so like you hear like the things. Has there been a group of dwarves around town recently?
A group of dwarves. I mean,
No
no,
dwarves
not
around.
recently. There was some, like 3.5 months ago. There was a group of Alpha dwarves that stayed here. There was 3 of them. One of them had a very elaborate beard. It was very, very impressive. But it's been several months since they ran through,
So they're all gone now.
as far as I'm aware.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Anything else I can help you with?
Nope.
Edward this whole time has been kind of like sticking to the back, not really looking or talking, just kind of trying to like, look away and
Right.
whatnot.
Yeah.
The whole time.
So you guys go up to your rooms, begin settling in, relaxing with your stuff. Yes, Havel?
Before we like time jump or do anything like that, Havel's actually going to go to Renaya's room.
Okay.
And just
She'll go and she'll answer.
Hi. Quick question. I actually found something quite interesting while we were out in the wilds. And it's a small book, it seems. and there are two languages that are kind of it's like a dictionary, if you will, for two languages. One of them being Sylvan, which and whatever. But Undercommon is a secondary one. If I remember, do you speak Undercommon? I remember you speaking something that I think sounded similar to the language.
That was Cather.
That was Cather, but yes, Renaya. Renaya understood.
Yeah.
Renai understood. Okay. Do you know the language then? Is all I'm asking.
Yes.
Great. I'm not going to ask why you know the language. I frankly don't care any. I just want to know the language as well. So can you help me with that?
Sure.
I would love to have a tutor, because this doesn't make any sense to me.
Do puppets help you learn?
We can use the puppet if you'd like.
Okay.
The Puppet Patrol.
The Puppet Patrol. So, you guys begin just working on the basics of Undercommon and the similarities that it has to Common, but how it's different and stuff like that. And something very interesting happens while you guys are working on this. You guys spend about an hour or so begin making your way through this book, through the second half of this book, when you do have a window in this room. It's a window that faces directly into the outer wall of the second ring. Like in a crappy apartment that has the window, but it's just the next apartment building over. Same thing, except it's just the wall. And as you guys are making your way through, there's a faint little like dink 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 dink, and you can see Malice's face, between like stuffed in the alley, just like right there.
I knew it.
Havel screams.
As soon as Malice sees you, Havel, he like tries to like duck and get beneath the window, but he's already like just squeezing his way along this alley, and he can't quite get low, so he just like hides half his face.
You have never seen Havel scramble so fast before in his entire life. He scrambles to the other side of the room.
Oh no. I'm gonna go over to Havel and give him the puppet and be like, one second, and then I'm gonna go to the window.
He breaks the glass.
Oh.
He doesn't have any facial expressions, but you can see him visibly get sad.
Oh, it's okay. Havel can pay for it.
He just touches it and repairs it. Gas mends on it.
Oh, you could do that. That works very well.
You can see him like kind of like begin to stick his face in, but his shoulders are so broad that he immediately just hits the frame. I can't do facial expressions.
Hello.
Renee.
He waves at you, Havel.
He says hello.
Renaya, what is that? What is that thing?
That's Malice.
Oh.
Yeah, of all of us, Havel should be the first to recognize him.
His golden circlet that goes around the not the trunk, but this cylinder of his head, goes from this gold to almost this grayish blue, before turning into like this dark blue, and it kind of seeps down just a little bit. He goes through and leans back and then places his large hand that's as big as the window in through the window and opens up his hand, and in it you can see your holy symbol, but it's a little bit different now. Instead of it being kind of crudely made, carved out of the variety of different items that had or not that one. Instead of it being that shrunken symbol that you have, you can now see that it's this dark gunmetal gray with these purple crystals embedded in the outer ring. And there's one, the road is paved almost like the yellow brick road, except for with these purple crystals. And there's a lot of crystals that go out the one way, and then a staggered amount of crystals to show the difference in well-worn versus not well-worn roads that make their way up. And he just slowly places it in front of you.
I think you're muted.
You're muted. Hello?
Oh, am I?
Oh, there you're
No,
back.
no,
You're
no.
back now.
You
So
can
he
hear
just
you.
slowly takes it in front of you.
You're not
And-
mad at me.
His circlet droops even more to the point that it's like almost like right around his face, and it gets this very, very light blue, and you can see it, the whole circlet begins to drip these small little beads of water that go down his head.
Did I make you sad? Are you sad about me?
His circlet kind of goes back to this little bit of this gold color before raising back up, and he just shakes his head and kind of like taps the amulet, and you now have an amulet of the devout, which I will give you the stats for in a second.
Okay.
Havel kind of stands up slowly and is just like, you know, Renaya, when you said that you were visited by a god, I assumed it was some sort of vision, not the physical deity presenting himself. That doesn't happen. Are you? Well, we already knew you were special. Why are? Oh, he can't talk. Oh,
He just kind of like tilts his head, almost like a dog that's curious, just tilts his head at you.
okay. What? You know, I'm not going to ask anything. It's totally fine. He makes Puppet Renaya wave.
He sticks out his hand, and this little mini malice in the same style as a puppet appears, and it also waves its hand. It doesn't have any sticks, but it just waves its hand.
Very, very good, my lord. Question. Can you check in on someone? I don't know how powerful of a god you are. Not saying that you're not powerful. You're a deity. But I don't know what can gods do besides almost anything.
He
I'm sorry.
slowly like curls his fist, causing the puppet to pull away, and he pulls his arm out before just sticking his head in.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting to talk to a divine being tonight. Can you check in on Father Grendale for me? You can report back to Renaya if you'd like. You don't have to report back to me. It's the only thing that I'd really ask for. Not that you owe me anything, really. I'm not particularly a devout, but I mean, if you don't ask, you don't receive, right? So...
He pulls his head back out and sticks another hand in, and again makes a small visage appear, but this time it's of the god Aprion, and kind of tilts his head.
Yeah. He's one of those. Yeah.
He nods before pulling his hand out.
I mean, like I said, you don't have to. Let me say that, Renaya, I don't mean to take away from your moment. I apologize, but this is the first time I've ever been in contact with a divine being. Aval turns over to Malice and is just like, I'm sorry for anything I ever said when I was younger. To you, to your domain, to any of the gods. You could pass that message along around too if you'd like, honestly. I just, just Yeah. Anyways, I'm assuming I'm not getting a present, so I'm just gonna go.
He sticks his hand out back into the window and past Renaya. This eerie, large hand the size of you, just slowly approaching you, and puts out one finger and just very gently taps your head and pulls it back out, and then just completely forgets that you exist and keeps trying to talk to Renaya.
Yep.
So as you and Malice continue to converse for the next few minutes, we're going to take our break. Renaya, you have a rare amulet of the devout. This amulet bears the symbol of your deity inlaid with precious stones or metals. While you wear the holy symbol, you gain a bonus to spell attack rolls and saving throw DCs of the saving throw DCs of your spell. So you get +2 to your attack rolls and your saving throw DCs. And like I said, that's determined by the rarity, which is rare, so +2.
Wow, that's bonkers.
Pretty beefy. While you wear this amulet, you can use your channel divinity feature without expending one of the feature's uses. Once this property is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So basically, instead of having one channel divinity, you have 2 now.
Neat.
Yeah, you get that. Sweet. We'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes if you guys want to stick around, or you guys should stick around. And we'll get back to all the sad but also wholesome moments. So yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
Sad but wholesome. Paper Dungeon in a nutshell.
Hi, welcome back. My brother's a jerk.
To make you feel better, DM, I did egg him on.
When you run a stream, you can do it your way.
Sorry, I was eating ice cream. But hi, welcome back. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna like.
He's gone.
You know,
I'm the
wipe
DM
off my
now.
face.
I'm just.
Okay. So where we left off, Malice was having a great conversation, quote unquote, with Renaya while Havel awkwardly watched in the corner. As you guys continue to have that conversation, the rest of you go through your nightly routine. Are you guys going to get together again, or are you just going to bed?
Oh,
Don't,
Edward.
I was going to say, don't ask Grant that. Grant has a list.
As a list.
Edward goes to Tarak's door, and he stands there, thinks to himself, takes a deep breath, and then knocks on the door.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I came in, have a chat?
I mean, sure, I guess. Who is this?
You can't tell by my voice, it's Edward.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Edward opens the door. What does he see?
I'm just sitting on my bed.
Is there a chair, DM?
There's one chair in the corner. It's not as nice as the rooms in the Sunrise Suite, the Sunrise Suite, where it's like really, really big rooms with many levels and stuff like that. But there is a dresser and a chair over by a fireplace and the one bed.
Okay. I'm assuming he's on the bed. I think he said that. Edward will grab the chair and 4 feet away or so set it down and sit down, and he'll say, well, it's been quite a few days, hasn't it?
Yep.
You know, sometimes I think it's funny. When I'm not freaked out by everything, it's crazy, right?
What's crazy?
Well, you know, in the course of what seems to be a few days, I've been whisked away by an orc and taken to the Fae to face a witch. I've encountered a great Fae being, seen some horrible things. It just shouldn't have happened, right? It's crazy.
I mean, I suppose so. Is there a reason you're here?
Yes. There's a bit of a reason. Track, I learned something when we were at your friend's house, if you could call her a friend. Mary graced me with some information that she failed to mention the rest of the group. And it's been gnawing at me for a while, especially now in the current circumstances. You see, do you know what prisons are used for, Tarak? I'm assuming you do.
Well, normally you keep people in them.
Yes, you do keep people, but more specifically criminals. You see, Mary told me that you were once in prison.
Yeah.
Do you care to elaborate? That would suggest that you're a criminal.
I mean, I suppose yes. According to the laws at hand, I am a criminal.
And that's all you're going to give me?
Well, there's not a whole lot I can do about it.
Okay. Well, then I'll get to the bottom of what I was going to say. Trek, I don't trust you.
Okay.
Especially in light of these circumstances. I don't know what you've
Which
had planned. I don't know.
circumstances?
Don't play dumb with me, Tarak. I know you think. I've seen how you talk to people. You're clever.
Well, thank you.
You seem to know what to say. But I have to take things at a grain of salt. You see, you have been a help to me. You've offered protection when I needed it, and I've, called on your aid, if you could call it that, when I don't think that I can stand up to whatever's there. But let me tell you something, Tarak. When it comes to business, especially when you're starting out, as I am, it's important to look for investors, groups, or even individuals who want to help the business get started. It's very important, actually. And that's what I was doing when I went to the lower ring. But when you're thinking of investors, it's more important to think beyond the monetary value. You see, people will offer money, but it's important to think about what they can provide for the business, whether that be clientele, whether that be reputation. Sometimes when those investors offer you money, it's not for the better interest of the company to accept that, because they might be harmful to that business. So Tarak, you've invested, you've protected me, and I appreciate that, but I can't see yet whether or not that's beneficial. Does that make sense? And do you want to know shock, Tarak?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you want to hear something surprising?
Oh, sure.
For a bit, I was kind of hoping that I could accept your investment. And I didn't see it coming. Especially someone of your stature. For so long, I've looked for people who I can rely on that are besides my mother and Charles. The other kids in my rung would sometimes invite other children over to their homes for what they called sleepovers and whatnot, and I was just cooped up in my home. And I would hope that maybe I could find someone to rely on, or even kick a ball around or something for so long. And as I was in the lower level, I wasn't just looking for someone to protect me. I was looking for maybe a potential partner. And now, I did not think that partner would be you at first. I did not. But then you were proving me wrong for a while. You were going out of your way to make sure that I wouldn't be harmed. And all of that just came crashing down. Like, how could I trust you? I don't know. And it's unfortunate, Tarak. Well, do you have anything to say for yourself? Are you just gonna sit there?
I mean, I wasn't planning on standing, but I can if you'd like.
You're impossible.
Edward, do you know what is it that makes someone a criminal?
A crime?
Okay. Now, if you see a man who has stolen a loaf of bread next to a man who is a murderer, are any of those crimes different? Are they both criminals? Does it matter whether or not the bread was stolen to feed starving children?
Well, he shouldn't have stolen the bread.
If that is your answer, then there is nothing I can say.
You always speak in riddles.
I don't
All
know
I want
what
you to know.
those are.
Okay. All I want you to know is that I did want to say thank you. But it might be the end of the road soon. And if I find out, Tarak, that you indeed are somehow wrapped up in this whole fiasco.
Wait, which fiasco? Because I am in
If I
part
find
of
out,
several possible fiascos. I don't know which one you are talking about. Are you talking about the whole like city dissolution thing with the like black armor and the Hydra head thing, like that fiasco?
the fiasco that involves everything falling apart. Whatever that might be. It might be multiple fiascos. My point, Tarak, is that I don't trust you, and if you try something and I hear your name, I won't hesitate to tell them that it was you. I don't trust you.
I think that is fine. It is unwise to trust many people.
I would also like to say one more thing before I head back to my room.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that perhaps there's a very, very big chance that I will be playing a big part in whatever's happening here soon, and that terrifies me. But maybe if I was in Athala, I would have seen it coming, and I could have helped. I'm sure my father's not happy with this. And Tarak, if it wasn't for you picking me up, I wouldn't have missed out on all of it. It upsets me. How could you?
In my defense, you stepped in my way.
Tarak, I wish you would have stayed in the Crimson Wastes. And at that, Edward stands up with tears in his eyes and heads back to his room.
I closed the door because I assumed that he didn't. Yeah, and then I'll go back to sitting on my bed in thought,
Okay.
rubbing my hands.
Does anyone else want to talk to anyone before they go to bed? I figured Melora would, but we can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello.
My dogs are barking. Oh, wait. We may be safe.
All the animals.
I would like to awkwardly, hesitantly go to Kiyomora's room.
Okay. Just as you knock on the door, it immediately opens, and he goes, "Oh, hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I was just about to go. Do you want to talk?
Oh,
though?
you could go. No, it's
No, it's fine. It's fine. Sorry, I realized
just,
that I haven't actually Oh, sorry.
it's fine. Right. Well,
Here, why don't you come in?
okay. All right. I come in.
He opens the door and then proceeds to put on a shirt
Oh God.
to cover his. You haven't really actually. I don't think you've seen him shirtless before. But
Shredded.
I
he was like-
think I would have at this point.
Yeah. Kiyomura is very, very well built. Actually, just a little bit more jacked than Cather.
Tone.
No,
Oh my God.
other than
This is-
Cather.
Why do you always bring this up? All right.
I don't. I specifically made sure not to bring it up the last time. I'm sorry.
Straight up
Oh.
cheese grater abs.
Honestly, actually, yes. But the aside from his physique, it's very apparent his tattoos. You've seen the tips of them on his hands and stuff like that, but now that you can actually see them, you see the roots of the tree that go up his left hand and become this beautiful cherry blossom tree that goes up before eventually turning into the sky with these beautiful line work, kind of a Japanese style tattoo with these line work clouds that spread out onto his chest and a little bit down onto his ribs. And then on the right hand, a similar scene, similar style of artwork, but this is mountains. So you see stones and tunnels and channels beneath the earth before eventually this mountain rises up out of his forearm and arm and bicep, turning into the sky with the cloudwork tattoos that again go up and match and frame his chest and ribs. And he quickly puts a shirt on.
I'm sorry, I
no, you're
didn't
fine.
mean to. I wanted to thank you for helping Catherine in ways that I canna.
What do you mean?
Your abilities are much better suited for helping people, and
Do you mean like healing him?
I
Oh well.
I didn't much think he would be here if not for you, so I wanted to thank you for that, and I also wanted to tell you that he's going through a lot right now. The temples were destroyed, and I didn't know how to help him, and maybe you know how you could talk to him or something. I sorry, I was just
No, don't be sorry. When we saw Cather, or at least when I saw Cather, he was very visibly upset, and it seemed like so were you. And I don't know necessarily how to help him.
well.
I suppose reminding him that the gods don't need a home to still be there. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't think he wants me there. I think he'd want you.
Me?
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Catherine and I are buddies, and that's great. But you and him are connected on a far deeper level than him and I. I like Cather. He's a friend of mine, and I have enjoyed his company and his similar passion to mine for what he believes. It's nice to see that. But I'm not the person that he's going to go to with his problems. It's been 4 months. I need to go find my dad. I'm planning on leaving.
I'm sorry about that, by the way. I hope everything's fine.
It's okay. There's a couple more places that I think I can look here in the city, but based off of what I saw and from what I know, I don't think I will be welcome here for very long. So I should go. But
Right.
You're going to stick around with him. You can't leave him. I wish I could help out with that. I gave him some items. I don't know if he ever gave them to you, but you can ask him about it. They were helpful for me when I was traveling on the guard and we didn't have a whole lot of privacy. Anyway, that's besides the point.
All right.
But I mean, you're the one that's stuck with him. You're the one that should be encouraging him.
Stuck with him. That sounds very negative.
You're the one that gets to deal with him every day. Whatever blessing or curse that is. But I would encourage you to just be there for him. A lot of times people don't necessarily need someone to fix their problems. They just want someone to listen to it. And I would, like I said, I would encourage him to remember that the gods don't need a home to be welcomed in a place or to be there. They are ever present and they see everything. And just because this great blasphemy has been done by the city doesn't mean that the gods were destroyed or killed or anything like that. Just their home here in this city. So just remind him of that, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
All right. Thank you.
How are you doing?
How am I doing?
Being someone's the wild dogs out here are crazy.
Right.
But being someone's caretaker all the time doesn't necessarily give you the opportunities to have problems. So if you want to talk about them,
I'm fine. I wouldn't call myself a caretaker. I'm not very good with people.
doesn't mean that they don't come to you.
I suppose. Thank you for asking.
Of course.
I just wanted to thank you and see if you could help him.
Yeah, you talk to him first, and if
Alright.
you still don't think that helped, then I'll go try my best.
Okay.
At
Thank
about
you.
at about this time, conveniently at about this time, is the door closed?
It's like partially open, just enough that you could see that Melora and Kiyomura are talking to each other.
Okay, I just kind of walk over and knock, just like not really like kind of like blank stare, just staring off his space, and just kind of give a knock. It's like, Kiyomura, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be rude. Can I talk to you for a moment? No,
Melora is also here. Is that okay, or do you want to talk?
I can.
actually, no, that's all right. Actually, that works out well. I was gonna need to talk to both of you guys. Actually,
He proceeds to button up his shirt.
I better open up the door.
That looks so bad.
Right. Sorry. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything.
It's
No.
fine. And Kiyomura takes like a step away from Melora. It's fine. And before sitting down on the bed, what's up?
So before, when you were talking to me, Kiyomura, you asked about your oath, and I was thinking about it, and I realized I might have misunderstood something. Do you have to go back home for that? Is that like a ritual thing back in your home? Like,
Yes and no. Back home in La Stella, as a warrior, you go through trials before you take your oath. Kind of trials of merit that you can hold up this oath, and that you're not just blindly taking this. And when you succeed through your trials, you are given a celebration to take your oath with, and it's this grand party with all your friends and your family celebrating you making your way through these trials and becoming a successful member of our society. One of my trials was protecting my father, and I failed, so I will not get that ceremony. So I will not be returning to La Stella to take my oath. No.
but you still need to take it.
Yes.
Well, I apologize then that I misunderstood before.
Oh, that's okay. It wasn't overly. I didn't explain it very well.
If I look to Melora, still speaking to Kiyomura, if you need me, and Melora, if you're alright with maybe taking the time for it, I don't know what's necessary, Kiyomura, but perhaps the two of us could. I know at least I would be honored if I could help you.
That would be amazing. I just need one witness, but two is better. Just so you understand, anytime that my honor is called into question, you would be the people that I would call in to defend myself. So if you guys are comfortable with that, be willing to. I'll need some time to prepare it, but maybe sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Sure.
We could do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyway,
At which point he stands up and extends the hand like he has done before.
I will take it.
And he pulls you in and rests his forehead against yours for just a moment, eyes closed, before stepping back and nodding, and then going over to you, Melora, and offering his hand.
I haven't done this before, so I
He
try my best to mirror.
Gently holds your hand, and pulls you in, so your shoulders, the sides of your bodies are touching, before gently resting his forehead against the side of your head, taking one breath and exhaling before stepping back. Thank you. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
Anyway, I think I'm actually pretty tired, so
Yeah.
Oh,
gonna go to
right.
bed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sure.
yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Step out.
All right. I'll step out too.
Catherine or Kiyomura just like
Slowly shuts the door.
and like looks at Melora and goes,
Right. That makes me feel a little better. I was kind of worried about that, to be honest. I kind of felt like I accidentally insulted him before when he offered, and I couldn't really say yes at the time.
I didn't even know that he offered.
Well, it was before when we were still in the Fae.
Oh, right.
But I didn't know
him
what all the requirements were, and I wasn't
most of the
sure
time.
whether or not you'd be all right with it, because, well, we haven't actually had a chance to talk, Melora.
No.
And
Do you want to go inside somewhere? I mean, if Kiyomura's going to sleep, I didn't think
sure.
beam in the
Probably should
hallways.
stand in the hallway right outside his
Right.
door. He says, as Kiyomura's secretly pressed up against the door, listening.
you hear his horns scrape against the door as he steps away.
Yeah, anyway, I don't know, I'll step into my room quick, I guess.
Sure.
But, I mean, I was talking to Kiyomura about this before, and he kind of thought it was a good idea. That's, maybe, since we did something really cool yesterday as a group, and now it feels like we're off in this between phase between going and doing something else maybe, or maybe the group splits up for reasons. But I've realized that maybe I haven't suggested the idea of maybe doing something you would like to do. It feels like I've kind of done a lot of oh hey, let's go here and do this thing.
What I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, you and Ginger, I think have talked about taking a day or whatever out in the wilds. Perhaps we could just, if we're not doing anything with the group, just you guys can do your thing out there. I'll just, wander about maybe.
I mean,
If that's what you want to
come
do. I mean, I just don't know.
What I want to do. I would love to take a day, even if it was just a field, to let Ginger run free. She has been in my pocket for a very long time. No, we don't have to do that. But just a day of a field or a forest, just let Ginger roam around.
Mr. DM, how far away is the tree line?
Is the tree line
Yeah,
from where?
from the city.
There isn't a tree line.
Crap.
Well, there is a tree line through the Ocleron Pass, back heading up north to Vianoa, but that's
Right.
a 3 days walk.
Okay, no trees for a 3-day radius. Crap. I mean, I'm sure we could do that. Maybe we could talk to Edward and see if there's maybe some nice spot that he knows of, maybe outside the city.
Sure.
Yeah, great. Also, we might need to. I point to my armor, which is I imagine
up.
very mangled and beat up. We might also need to take a trip to the smithy, cause that's bad.
All right.
Right. So how are you doing? You were kind of in a weird thing past couple days,
Right.
a week or so. Apparently 4 months.
I
Oh dear. She's breaking out the dice again. No! The bane of my existence.
I really failed that one. Oh no.
Wait, is
All
that,
the things
is
come
that
out.
a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a good thing for you.
Is it a good thing for me?
I just I have trouble with things about myself. I'm very good at certain things that usually don't result in good.
I see.
And well, it's been confirmed that Tarak and Haval that I scare them. Edward surprised me. Actually, was not expecting that. Thought for sure he'd be afraid of me too. But the problem is that part of me thinks they should be afraid of me and keep their distance. But obviously the other part does not want them to be. They have good reason.
You know, I understand in my own way how you feel. But something that I learned, and it's not always easy and maybe not even possible sometimes, but often it's when there's something about yourself that you don't like, you have to make a bold attempt to change it, even if it means exposing yourself. And
the problem is that depending on the situation, I do like it. It can be for good.
I suppose that's true too.
Can also be for destruction and
well then maybe this. Maybe this. It's simply not something that you have to make a bold attempt to change or to stop doing, but a bold attempt to do better at.
Better at killing people, Cather.
No. That's better at choosing when and who. You know, I've really tried to make an attempt not to kill anyone. Any besides the bestial folk, I suppose. And that's my own personal feelings about it. But I do recognize that sometimes there's no other way.
Right.
And I'm going to be honest, I was not trying to kill that giant, two-headed giant thing when it happened. I was purely just trying to disable it for a moment and like let in like Haval or something.
Right.
You know, like, yeah, just come up, maybe cut back the knees, make it buckle over or something. I did not expect my blade to go through it.
Sure made it buckle over, just in more ways than one, I suppose.
Yeah. Which, that's interesting in its own right. I've never done that before. For some reason, oddly...
Not that I want to... Didn't know if you quite liked it or not, but it was very impressive.
Thank you. But hey, I mean, it was kind of cool, you know.
It was very cool, Cather.
I mean, yeah, just taking out the giant, you know, with a divinely glowing blade.
Right.
Yeah, just saying, yeah. Although, I suppose really the thing that hurts the most. Oh, I I thought for a second something unplugged on my end. But, Grant.
Oops. Keep going.
Have I showed you this? And I'll pull out my little book.
Didn't quite think so.
Well, I was talking to Renaya about it earlier because we kind of got on the topic of the gods. And really, I was hoping to go back to that temple and find the priest again and maybe ask some questions. But it seems that I don't have quite the answers I was looking for yet.
Right.
And I apologize also if I worried you before. It's been a long time since I've experienced something like that.
Of course. I mean, you didn't have to apologize to me. You can still be upset about it, Cather. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk more about that, perhaps? Or if not.
I'm gonna pull a Hannah. Sure, because I don't know.
I like how we've just named that pulling a Hannah.
Well, I'm sorry, Hannah. I rolled a 19 on die.
That's alright.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really know what to say. I mean, they're gone. Who knows where the survivors are, if there are any. Although I feel like Kiyomura, kind of, that thing with taking an oath, I was kind of beginning to think that's not a bad idea. You know? Choosing to stand for something that you believe in, and being willing to proclaim it. And I was kind of hoping I could do that at the temple, but doesn't seem like that's an option. Anyway.
I'm really glad that you're okay.
Thank you. I'm glad
when
you're
we were
alright.
we were in the Feywild, and I was worrying about the witch, and I saw you fall, and I'm just glad you're okay.
Oh. I'm going to be honest, when I want to put my foot down to plant, it didn't really work out well, you know? It's just you lose your balance, and you fall over off a pillar, and you feel like you're inches away from passing out. Not a great feeling. Not a great feeling.
No, I cannot imagine it would be.
On the other hand, though, I'm proud of you. I mean...
Of me?
Yeah. I mean, you stayed right up alongside there with Renaya. Helped her along the entire way. I don't really know what happened, but as far as I know, there's only 3 of us that made it to that top where the hag was. And next thing we know, the hag's dead. So props to you guys, really.
Props to Renaya, you should say.
Props to Renaya.
Yes.
Also, what did Renaya do, like something extra cool? Did I miss out on that?
This was definitely Renaya's fight.
Oh, that's really cool. Hey, poetic justice, you know?
Right?
Doesn't happen often
I would say
enough.
so.
I'm happy I'm making the DM cringe right now.
Anyway, I wanted to tell you that.
Yeah. What were you talking to Kiyomura about? I'm just curious. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm stepping over my bounds.
No, you're fine.
I mean, it's not like I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure you are.
Well, we were we haven't really had the chance to talk to one another, really.
Sure, yeah,
so...
that's understandable. I mean, he's a pretty cool guy, I think. Kind of glad we ran into him. Kind of glad that we were able to help him.
Mm-hmm. I was just thanking him for helping out with the group.
Sure, yeah. I mean, arguably, he did help me personally speaking. That was pretty cool of him.
I thanked him for that too.
Oh, by the way, I'll grab Ginger from around my who's like, around my neck right now. I'm sure she probably wants to stay with you. And I'll
give
Ginger
her the
out.
choice. You could keep her for the night if she wants.
She like looks between you, Melora, and between you, Cather, almost like trying to see who's more sad. And in this moment, she can see that Melora is a little bit more disappointed than Cather. She hops back over to Melora.
I take her.
Anyway, we should.
I'm sorry.
It's late. Maybe get some rest. Figure out what tomorrow brings.
Right. All right.
Unless there's something else you wanted to talk about.
No, it's fine.
Sure. Yeah. All right.
Mhm.
Cool. I'll be over here as I sit down on my bed.
Melora will very awkwardly go towards the door. She'll stop at it for a moment. She'll kind of. Are you doing something now?
I'm just sitting on the
Fiddling
bed.
with the sheets.
I'm like just fiddling with my fingers.
Just like
or
stroking out the wrinkles,
I found some random piece of metal that like used to be a part of my armor that I'm just like messing with in my hands.
She'll open the door, kind of look over at Cather again, and then leave.
Yeah.
So while that awkward thing was happening, I think Haval and Renaya were still talking.
Yeah. Lydia, not to sound like Kanye, but I'm gonna let you finish. But DM, did everyone hear my scream?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wondering. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's about at this point now that Tarak and Edward have had their conversation and Melora and Cather have had their conversation that you guys can all now hear this girlish, high-pitched scream, echoing through your rooms.
I immediately stand up.
I bust through the door.
Same.
Renaya, I heard you scream. It's something. Where's the danger?
You all look in. As you all bust in, you can see this visage. Not a visage. You can see this gargantuan creature, this lanky, elongated limbed creature with no face and this long cylinder extending from the top of his head and this ring. Currently, this gold colored ring crowning his head. Currently standing there, and as soon as you all bust in, he immediately goes to duck his head and actually hits the back of his head on the wall and holds it and then gets even lower, but he still can't, so you can still see the little tip of his head and the ring.
We've already had our conversation and everything.
You
right?
already had your conversation.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Holy
Sorry,
blades of Sugoth, the demon!
Is everything all right in here?
Yes.
You can feel the whole building begin to shudder as he literally pushes it forward, snapping the
Nothing
foundations.
is going on. Nothing is going on. You all can go back.
Do we recognize him?
I held the holy symbol for a few days for her.
You held the holy symbol.
But it doesn't
How many
have
of you guys
bells.
went into the arcane temple?
We all did when we were
I'm
looking for
pretty sure
Renaya.
we all saw it.
Okay. Yeah,
Edward
so you all
also
recognize-
became his form in combat at one point.
Yes. I was pretty sure most of you had seen it, but everyone that had gone into that temple, which I think is everybody, but Kiamura, who's not here, goes and you can recognize the tip of his head as you see Malice just pushing the building away and slowly getting lower and lower.
Nothing. Nobody. Not what.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What's the matter?
Buddha?
That's actually him.
What are we talking about?
That's no.
This is an illusion that I created.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. That makes
It's an
sense.
illusion. Yes.
Malice sticks his hand up and points at Havel.
How did you do that?
So while I was looking through the witch's hut, actually, I found a scroll, and I was playing around with it. That's why I was talking to Renaya, because she's actually, arcane and everything.
Laura's looking at Renaya with a lifted eyebrow, but she's not going to say anything.
We had a very long-winded discussion, and after messing around with a couple of sigils and everything, I actually managed to create this illusion.
I
It's
know
quite
illusion
building
magic,
begins to
Havel. You
shudder
don't just.
again.
This is
And-
not an illusion.
It is an illusion. Some
it's
of
nothing. It's no big deal at all.
Why
Yeah,
is
they're
he
slowly
here?
being
What is going
pulled
on?
back towards the wall as
some-
he's like slinking out the side alley.
No, wait.
some of the more complex illusions are very lifelike actually.
Have a
Very.
roll deception check.
Renaya
I'm assuming.
is glancing between everybody and Malice and just like,
You currently can't see Malice anymore.
Natural 20, get fucked.
Nice. Here's- oh my God,
A total
wow.
of 27, by the way.
Oh shit. Okay.
You all are like, okay, well, yeah, this is a pretty decent illusion.
Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. There's no way a god would actually show up in front of
No
us.
way,
It has to
no
be some
way.
kind
Yeah,
of.
sorry, Hannah. Keep note.
But
That was
how?
funny.
How?
I'm doing I'm joining Melora and just very carefully looking at Renaya, and then where Mouse was, and back towards Havel.
After I see
Back towards
Renaya
Melora.
kind of like return my look, I kind of say, "Well, you heard him. It was an illusion. Sorry, we
I'm gonna have
came
to
'cause
think
we-
about this one.
We heard the
Green
scream,
come
so
with the illusion,
That
or
was 100% me. I apologize. I have a very girlish scream.
did you scare yourself with the illusion? Too
Yes,
good, I suppose.
wasn't expecting it to be as good as
Impressive.
it was. Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
and the fact that you got like I'm still not convinced you did it, but the fact that the building
yes,
moved. That's
it's very fascinating.
Well,
think I'm
seeing as
dumb?
how it's an illusion and everyone's fine, perhaps
did
we should
you have the scroll?
go back
It burned up as soon as I used it.
to our rooms.
dang.
Oh no.
Perhaps back to our rooms would be a good idea. We all need some rest after the last couple of days, I suppose.
I didn't even know that level of magic was really possible. That's incredible.
also
Okay.
don't be worried
Back to
about
our
the
rooms, I
scream.
guess.
It's actually more useful to have a higher pitched scream because the frequency carries farther and it's more audible and easy to hear.
Thank you, Tarak.
So it's very useful.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
So-
still there.
I've started trying to usher everyone towards the door.
As soon as they start turning to leave, I'm immediately rushing and like peeking out the window.
You can see tucked behind the next building over, which is even tighter. You can see Malice basically chest to back, like just squeezed in, and he just
They left.
Yeah, I'll go.
Hi. Okay, so I actually have a few things.
Do you want me to leave?
No, I actually would really like if you stayed.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Unless it's freaking you out, then you
no,
don't.
no. I don't want to pry.
No, because I think you might be helpful too with some of these
Wonderful.
questions.
Wonderful. And Havel's just going to like sit down and just twiddle his thumbs.
Malice, do you know what I did? With Melancina? Was she the Fey lady with the horns? Is she bad? Malice, I killed Melancina. Okay. That's good. What do I do now?
he sticks his hand back in, and he actually sticks both of his hands in, which is basically the width of his wrists. He's almost like got himself stuck in the window now. But in his hands, the image of that fae, the tall, feminine body with the dress, the blackened dress growing out of her, the long black horns, and the almost unhinged jaw at some points, appears, and you see, you can see Melancina standing before her with a book, in front of her, and this line of decrepit, diseased children. And Melancina would offer up a child, at which point this fae would take it, and then she would read off a question. And the fae would answer it. And she would go through that until she had asked all of her questions, and this fae had answered them all to the best that she could before wiping her mouth and returning through that portal. And then you see Melancina now gone, and the children safe. You can just see the visage of the fae bloodied along her neck, grabbing a few random different things as she's traveling through the forest. And as she touches them, they immediately have this binding of frost that covers them and allows them to shatter in different places, leaving this wake of destruction as she angrily goes through and breaks this line through the forest. There is then this face that kind of travels by just briefly through this set of images that he's having portray. This image of this ashen man with gold bindings along his biceps and this golden mask, similar to that of the mask that you saw painted on the wall, with smoke billowing out of his head and just passing by through this series of images. And then you can see this singular tower jutting out of this large swath of sand, this desert, with one kind of this cyan metal cap at the top of the tower that allows light to reflect off of it, and these different beams of blue light to almost encircle and travel along the sand as the sun goes through its cycle in the day, allowing for this beam to make a full circle around the tower. And then he closes his hands and slowly removes one and the other, and kind of tilts his head.
Am I supposed to try and stop her? Kind of. Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to stop her. I think you're forgetting that you have friends behind you. Don't take this upon yourself.
Are we supposed to stop her? Kind of. Okay. I think I understand, but I also think I don't. Is that okay?
He holds up his hands and then kind of holds his fist tightly before just eventually releasing them and just almost disappointed. Not with you, but just with himself. Just kind of nods.
I
Yeah. So, I'm doing good.
He reaches his hand in, and with one finger kind of like lifts your chin just a little bit and tries to like stroke your face, but his finger is as big as your head, and so he just basically like touches your head before pulling it away.
Okay, good.
Havel in Undercommon says thank you. And then but he struggles at first and then looks over at Renaya and says it firmly this time, yeah.
He then reaches in towards you, Havel, and does the same thing where he kind of touches the bottom of your chin and then the side of your face. And then he pats your head. Almost the first one's really soft and the second one's like almost like a thump.
Yeah.
And then he kind of like points at you and pulls his hand back out.
I'll keep that with me.
And he just kind of like crouches down. And you like look out the window and you can see him like making little arcane circles trying to be cool before he kind of like looks up and just like, and then like squeezes into the small little one, teleporting away.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah. I have a new. I'm gonna go and I'm going to run to Cather's room.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just study
What?
here then.
What is it?
No, don't worry about it. I'll try to figure out how to conjugate these verbs myself. It's okay.
I'll be right back. I just really want to show Cather this.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna run to Cather's room. A little too eager knock.
Oh, yeah, come in.
Hey, it's me.
Hi, Renaya. You can come in.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna come in.
What?
What's
hi.
It wasn't an illusion.
Oh.
I hold out the symbol.
Oh my goodness, Renaya. Congrats. Wow. I kind of just like take it and look for a second. Wow,
It is this beautifully well-made gunmetal gray circlet with these purple crystals. It's very, very small, very delicate crystals embedded in the rim of it. And inside of it, it is hollow except for this road that splits in two. And these are also encrusted with these crystals. First starting out well-traveled and then continually well-traveled, meaning that it has a lot of crystals. And then continuing to the right to be well-traveled. And then to the left, it has much fewer crystals. And you can see as you look at it, there's almost this this glaze, this finish over it.
Renaya, that's amazing. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I
It's a
don't
little.
know if Havel really gets it, but
Well, I think he just operates in a different way, but that's amazing, really. It's a lot nicer than mine is right now, so I'm kind of jealous of you, to be honest. But man, and Malice gave this to you.
I thought I had lost mine, and I got really scared that he was going to be mad at me.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I I burned mine. So it can't get much worse than that, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a long story. But yeah, it was. I mean, it was an accident, but it did happen. So I pull out my very poorly made one. It's like, so this is what I got now. You know, just like, yeah, it's not quite as good.
Well, I would say we could get you a new one, but it doesn't look like that's really an
No, that's
option
all right.
here. That was all.
All right. I'm glad that you're feeling better.
Yeah.
Just between you and me, you know, I don't think you quite fit the whole like narrow, like dark Renaya. Like, I don't know, it didn't quite fit as well, I think.
No, I prefer this Renaya.
Yeah. Joyful, fun, cool. Still as a now, granted, Dark Renaya was still pretty cool. Not, you know, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just, you know, not all of us can be dark and brooding. Well, we can leave that to Havel and myself.
Just hear down the hallway. Oh, it's Ashvagalin, not Avvagalin. That's how you say. Okay.
Okay, I should probably go back.
Is he practicing Undercommon?
I'm helping him learn.
Huh. That's not a language most people try to pick up.
Well, he got a book from the place, and it has Sylvan and Undercommon, and so he wanted to learn
I see.
Undercommon. So.
Well, there you go. Or that's a good way to learn.
I'm using the puppet to help.
I'm glad you like the puppet, because I was worried that you'd be insulted by it.
Oh, it's very creepy, but I can't really afford any more scary things right now.
Well,
Okay.
You could get back to it.
Yeah, okay. Come talk to me if you need anything or have anything exciting or something boring but want to share anyway. Okay, bye. And she's gonna head back.
Sounds
As
good.
she-
As I
as she
wave
exits
as she
the
walks
door,
down the hallway.
Melora is like right outside and quickly tries to rush to her room.
Wait, right outside where?
Laura!
Your door.
My door? Oh.
Oh, hi, Renaya. I was just
Hi.
taking a walk.
Cather, you can hear all this.
Just taking a walk around the hallway. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Havel sticks his head out the door really quickly. Just kind of like very quickly, just sticks his head out the door and goes, Melora, I'm gonna have to talk to you tomorrow. Don't worry about it. You guys have a nice night. Renaya!
I'm coming. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Crack pops his head out. If you don't mind, I don't mean to be rude, but some of us are trying to sleep.
Right.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay, and I'm going to officially go back and continue to help Havel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to awkwardly stand in the hallway for a second and then start to go back to my room. I'll be like,
Now, Mr. GM, you said I heard all of that?
You heard all of that.
I just pop my head out for a second and like turn my head and see Renaya like going back to her room and turn the other direction. See Melora like hightailing it away. I'm just like, is there something? Were you trying to talk to Renaya? I'm sorry, I didn't. I mean, she just was excited about something.
mhm.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Do I believe her?
No.
No, you don't. Apparently not.
No.
Well, Melora, Just throwing it out there. Part of a friendship. Bit of a two-way street. So, if you ever need to talk to me, I know you and Renai are like buddy, so and that's amazing. I love that. You know, but if you want to talk to me about something too, I'm always around. I mean, literally, I'm within 120 feet of you at all times. So
I will start walking to his room.
I turn to no one, and I'm just like whisper to myself and like
No, you don't turn to no one. You turn to everyone with their head out the doors watching you guys.
I turn and I say to myself, I didn't actually expect her to turn around. Now what do I do? I say that like undercommon, so like
Yeah. So just Naya and Haval. So you guys, you enter Cather's room. Close the door behind you.
Sorry,
Do you need to sit down? I pull over a chair.
I sit down.
I'll just like sit down, lean up against the bed.
I'm afraid to sleep.
Oh.
I get nightmares is all. And I wasn't sure if you needed to talk about anything. Maybe we could talk for a little while instead.
I'm always willing to talk.
Alright. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, well, let's see. We already established favorite color. Family is a little iffy, so we're gonna stay away from that.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know. How did you and Ginger meet? She's all sass and happy, right?
Right. Well, that's just it, actually. I kind of remember.
Do I believe her?
Roll an insight check.
I feel like Drew believes her, but I'm really curious now. That's interesting. Where did all my dice go? Okay, sure. I don't know. She's saying words.
What did you roll?
Really bad.
What'd you roll?
8.
What'd you roll?
8.
Okay. It's hard to tell. You
Yeah.
think that she's telling the truth.
Yeah, sure. Hard to tell.
I have an idea of what it might have been.
About
I kind of remember a lot, actually.
what?
At this point, Ginger is almost just pawing on Melora's stomach and just kind of like looking up at her before kind of resting her head on her stomach and ribs.
I hold her close to me.
And you don't remember from how long ago? Or is it just kind of spotty all the way through?
I remember vividly my childhood and how it ended. A lot of everything else. There's a big chunk of time. I've never talked about it before, but I kind of remember a very large portion of it. It scares me a little bit to think about what could have happened in that time. Last thing I remember, though, I woke up in a tree and I had Ginger. So, kind of have been all bad since I have her now.
As you finish that, Ed look up. I assume you look up at Cather.
Mm-hmm.
He is like kind of giving a 1,000-yard stare.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
I've never told anyone that before.
I
mean, I don't really talk to people, so... I do remember, a person, though, that I met after.
I just find it, interesting, to say the least, that you would say that you don't remember. It seems like fate has brought on another reason to bring us together.
How do you mean?
When I wasn't in a very good mental state, that happened for me about 18 years ago. And before that, it gets a little spotty for me as well.
Are you scared of it?
Sometimes. Yeah. Not always. They aren't pleasant, to be honest. But, I try my best to just use what I do know and just learn from it, be better from it.
Right.
I am sorry.
For what?
I'm sorry that I can't necessarily help.
You're helping, Catherine.
It isn't easy, and I understand that. And sometimes you kind of just feel trapped, like any second now you're gonna just see something or encounter someone. It's gonna bring everything you got crumbling down.
One of the reasons why I'm afraid to sleep tonight is because I recognize the face that the guard was scrubbing off.
What do you mean?
Do you remember what I told you about how I got into the temple?
Yeah, you had the book that you got from that one crazy sorcerer person, right? And had to burn the book to get in? Yeah, what about it?
He had that mask.
He did.
Aye.
And, well, I mean, didn't you also say that's like he had guards with him?
Aye.
Huh. Interesting. Well,
I know I was fairly confident that I wasn't seen, but I took something from him. Something very important, I can tell.
Right. Do you want to try and stop him? If that's even a thing that we can do.
That's just it. I feel, seeing what I've seen today, that I should have stopped him already.
Well, Laura, the guy literally grabbed a tree and killed it instantly.
I know. And I should have, I mean, that should have been sign enough that...
Look, we can... Sure, maybe we can always look back and think we should have done different. And sometimes maybe there's a better way to do it than what we did. But that's not always the case. Sometimes the fact that, the fact that you ran, the fact that you got away with the book, surely that's, you know, put an end to something of his, put him on the back pedal, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get away, then I don't meet you, and we don't meet Haval, and we don't meet the rest of these people. And then if we don't meet the rest of these people, then we don't go on this amazing journey to go and right or wrong.
Right. Which reminds me, I've been meaning to ask you, when you first told me, I wasn't in the headspace to think clearly, but what did you see in your vision of me?
It was, I just left home, just a couple weeks of traveling, and I was sleeping in a field, and I woke to see this woman in like a black dress, and I followed her into this section of the woods. Eventually, she came to this grove of sorts, and when she turned around, her form was different. She had your face, and she was holding Ruat, and you were screaming, asking for help, and I didn't really know what to make of it. But after that, the remaining days and nights, there was a single star in the sky that I could always see and follow, and it led me to you. And that crazy wall of black goo that, you know,
Right.
almost melted us or did something.
Why do you think we're bound?
There's something to do with this, as I pull out Ruat.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably just cursed in some way, I guess, but
Right.
I don't like to think of it like that. A curse, it signifies that it has a bad outcome. That there's no good that could come from it. Which is why I like to think of it as fate. Because fate isn't good or bad. And it brings you on an amazing journey. To meet amazing people. With amazing, talented gifts. And amazing and awesome squirrels.
Ginger floats up a little bit before like looking back over at you, Cather.
Right.
If you want, you can, maybe if you want to sleep in the bed, I can just throw out my bedroll and just like be over here and just,
You
if
didn't
there's,
have to do that, Cather.
I beg to differ.
Why?
Clearly, you're in some sort of pain, and it's not good for you to be alone right now. And you don't have to be. And maybe
I'll
if you
sleep on the floor. I can sleep on the floor.
Are you sure?
I sleep in a tree, Cather.
That's fair, but personally speaking, I don't like the bed either. I kind of like the hard floor, you know? It's a little more comforting. It's like it's
Alright.
solid.
throw out the mattress, sleep on the box spring.
Right, yeah. Just throw the mattress out the window. Who needs it?
Thank you.
Uh-huh. You're welcome.
I will do that. I will sleep on the bed.
I will throw out my bedroll and I'll sleep on the floor.
So, as if I'm not mistaken, do you guys have anything else? What's up, Havel?
I would just like to point out.
This long rest
That-
will never happen.
No. It's very quick. It's just a minor detail that I need to make clear. Havel, even after Renaya like is just like, Havel, we need to go to bed. Havel is like aggressively reading this manuscript, and in fact, but I assume it's very late by now.
Yeah. By now it's getting pretty late. As you're reading the manuscript, going through, you're trying to take in as much information as possible, and you don't notice everything around you for a little bit. And there's one moment when you come up for air, and you notice that the skin on your fingers, just about to the first knuckle, the skin and the muscle is beginning to deteriorate to the point where you just have the tips of the bone sticking out of your fingers.
Wait, is he still here? Is he still?
Renee.
Were you still in Renaya's room?
Yes. I was gonna do something completely different, but nope. This is okay. Renaya. Renee.
What?
You slowly kind of awaken from this half sleeping stupor as Havel's been like just pounding away at this book, and you're just like kind of like
I would have when he focused, I would have like done my whole ritual, and no, I'm still
Oh,
just
100%.
reading.
100%.
You've gone through your ritual. You're on your bed. You're reading your own book. You're sleeping. Whatever.
Havel's
Are you okay?
I'm decaying. I'm dying.
What?
I think I'm dying. Is this what
Okay,
death
I'm
is
gonna
like?
Get up and sit down in front of him. What? Do I see this?
Well, I'm very
Yeah,
much alive.
you can see
but
as he puts his hands in front of you, you can see the tips of his fingers, the bones of his fingers, sticking out as the nail has fallen off, and the skin and muscle down to about the first knuckle has begun to deteriorate, leaving this kind of bloodied mess.
What did you do?
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
You were fine like 2 minutes ago.
I
What did
was
you do?
fine like 2 minutes ago. I don't. Oh.
I'm going to try to do cure wounds, but I don't have any spell slots left, so it doesn't work.
No,
Okay.
don't. DM.
Yeah.
Can I use deductive reason? Is Havel smart enough to have a decent deductive reasoning skill on this? Bones.
You could make an assumption
Most recent
that the
thing with
skeleton
bones.
that screamed at you and then disappeared into dust that covered your body probably has something to do with the fact that you're now turning into a skeleton.
Yes. Oh no. Does
Do you,
I don't? Do you have anything that perhaps might remove? I don't know, a disease or a curse or I don't know. I don't think you do.
should we get to Rack?
Maybe. I think that might be smart, actually.
I'm gonna go get Tarak.
I touched a skeleton.
Don't
Don't yell at me. Please don't yell at me. Actually, you know what? You can yell at me. It's pretty fair. I've yelled at you before.
What did you do?
I touched a skeleton. It was a
What?
gnomish skeleton. He was just sitting on a chair, but I really liked the chair and I was curious about it and I touched it. It screamed at me and I was like, well, that was kind of rude. And then it turned into dust. And then I sat in the chair and Tarak walked in on me sitting in the chair. And it was very funny because I was stuck in the chair because it was made for a gnome.
I'm sure it was so funny, and I'm gonna go and knock on Tarak's door.
It was actually very funny. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tarak, it's me,
Okay. Who is this?
Renaya. Sorry, that wasn't very specific.
Okay. What do you need?
We need some help.
Who's we?
Havel's hurt.
I open the door. What did he do?
Something with the chair and the skeleton and...
I told him. Show me.
Okay, and I'm gonna get back in. And
What
at
did you
this
do?
point, I'm like trying to find something or anything I have to try and like wrap his hands in any way.
Yeah, you guys both have med kits, I think. Otherwise, you have a lot of bandages. So yeah, you're both able to wrap his hands, his fingers, and stuff like that, just at least to help soak up some of the blood.
Havel.
Yes.
Havel. What did we go over? I think I mentioned this the first time. What is the thing that we don't do in a witch's house? Answer carefully. Think it through. Mm-hmm. It starts with sometimes a T, and it rhymes with, well, it also has the word ouch in it. Because that's what happens when you do it. It's called when you touch things, it hurts.
No,
all right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I found some really cool stuff. If I'm going to be it's full transparency, I did find some really cool stuff.
I found 5 cool things too. It's called the bones of your fingers that are currently just kind of there.
I'm not quite dead yet.
Hey DM.
Yeah.
Does this look like this doesn't look diseasey, does it? Like I don't think that I could halt this.
Roll a medicine check.
I'm so good at those. Hey, Renaya, could you help me with this?
I'm on it. Wait, do you want to roll twice or do you want me to roll 2?
No, I
If
got
you're
it.
gonna help him, he'll roll
Okay.
twice.
Yeah, if Tarak is WebMD, does that mean that every single thing is going to be cancer?
22.
Yes. Yeah, you're looking at this, and you know of a couple different diseases that deal with flesh rot. This is not that. This isn't something this isn't some foreign invader that's attacking the body, but something magic in nature with which you can discover between Renaya helping you, stuff like that. It's something magic in nature that is damaging his cells and his atoms and slowly rotting his skin.
Okay, well, first up, I can't do anything about this.
Wonderful.
How good of a cleric are you, Renaya? Like, how new are you to this?
Really, really new.
That's bad. Well, we're gonna need a high-level cleric in a city that has abandoned the gods.
Oh God.
Well, okay. Well, let's look on the bright side here.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a day, less than a day. Oh God, it's been less than a day.
Day and your fingers are already gone?
And no, just the first
fingertips.
knuckle, just the tips.
I know I'm being dramatic.
Just
Take
my little
his
tippies,
hands.
you know, just what?
I tap the top of his finger. I go, "Can you feel that?
No.
Can he? He can't feel that. Nope. Can you feel this? I
How am I supposed to do my work?
I touch the like, actual skin of his finger.
You
feel
can
that?
immediately feel that. As soon as you touch like the decaying muscle, there's burning sensations.
So it's painful. If you were to give it a scale of 1 to 10, how painful is that?
I give it about a 5.
Ooh, about a 5. That's not bad.
About a 5, maybe a 6 if you really put pressure onto it.
Okay. All right. Well,
I think you're fine, right?
I'm okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
think
I
it's
had a
gonna be
lot of
okay.
hope there for a couple seconds that maybe it was just like one of those. I'm gonna tell you right now. You're probably cursed, right? There's
Yeah.
probably no cure for it except
fine.
for magic
That's
that
fine.
we don't have.
It's okay.
I don't know how long. Hey, DM, do I think I know how long it'll take before things get real bad?
Yeah, I'd say with that medicine check, it's been 4 hours or so, and it's just now the very very tips of the fingers. It's not like the whole knuckle is bone. The whole first knuckle is bone. It's just the very tip, and the rest of it is just where you can see the decay. You would assume that it would take about a month to decay his whole body. It would take about a week for it to get to some vital organs.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
On the bright side, it doesn't hurt too badly because I think the decay is almost like if you get a really bad burn and it kind of like kills the nerves. I don't really feel pain,
well,
you know?
Don't worry. The nerves are just completely gone.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not unless you're touching the part with the nerve still there.
Do you think this is permanent?
Let's put a pin in that. It's permanent if you don't get help, for sure. That's a definite.
So what I'm hearing is that we need to go find help. Edward's really good at that. Should we ask Edward?
Normally, Edward is the one who needs help.
I see. But he's good at finding it. He usually finds help.
I thought that was like what you did. Aren't you part of the mafia?
Not part of the mafia, but
maybe part of the mafia.
Not
Mafia.
part of the mafia.
Okay, first of all, someone in the mafia is definitely the type of person who would touch stuff in a witch's house.
That's not necessarily true. I'm just a terrible person.
True.
I'm just a terrible person.
Okay, let's not go that far. But you do have a problem with touching things that aren't yours.
I have sticky fingers, all right? It's genetic.
Actually, you have very little finger left, but not going to be sticky for long. Maybe this is that poetic justice that we were talking about. Stop at the hands.
Listen. I have the best idea ever, and I'm going to hate it.
I'm ecstatic.
I am going to go out and talk to some people, maybe.
Renai, you seem to have a worry here.
I will be back. Yes.
A lot of things are really confusing me right now.
Uh-huh.
Continue on without me. It's okay.
Now, there's another option, Havel, that we could try.
Sure.
If we just chop off your fingers.
No.
It might, not like all of them, just at like the first knuckle.
Tarak, I do need my fingers.
Well, yeah, but if we don't do anything, then you lose your fingers.
I would rather die than lose my ability to do what I do best.
That's fair. As a doctor, I won't do anything without your consent.
Thank you. If I'm to die, though, I will say...
Don't say that.
Okay, well, if I am to die, not saying I am, if I am to die, though, all of my gold goes to I don't know, spread it evenly amongst all of you. Oh, and, my jewelry could go to, I don't know. I like you a lot, Renaya. You've always been nice to me.
But I'm not taking it, because you're not going anywhere.
You could take it if I die, though.
But you're not going to, so
okay,
it doesn't matter.
I'm not going to die. You're right. Thank you, all of you, for your assistance. I will be back, maybe. We'll see. I am going to go talk to some people.
Oh, by the way, it'll be like a week before like internal organs are reached. By that time, you'll
I am
have,
going to talk to people now.
So, yeah, you've got about a week before possible death, full month.
I won't even make it till next Monday.
Like I said, this long rest is never gonna happen.
It's not for Havel.
You go out and you do things. We'll get to that in the next session. Yeah. The rest of you all go to bed.
Yep.
Renaya, you level up. You're the only one that levels up.
No.
Right
Yay,
away.
she got to her special thing
You can go ahead
before the session got over.
You can roll your thing. Tarak.
Yeah.
As you go to bed. There's a lot on your mind.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of personal things, and now Havel, being Havel, has touched things, and now you can't do anything about that. You saw Malice, you know you did. You can't really do anything about that. But eventually you find some bit of rest. While it's not restful, it's sleep. And as you sleep, this time you don't feel quite the need to clutch your bag like you did, but it's just near you. And as you're sleeping, suddenly you can see yourself in third person. You're looking down at yourself sleeping on the bed. And you can see your bag. And out of the bag, the top flips open, and these two gloves crawl out of the bag, making their way over to you before onto your chest. And you watch as the form of a dwarf appears over you, where the gloves were, his hands are. This long salt and pepper gray beard with several gold ornaments braided into it, bejeweled with a variety of different gems. And some of his hair mostly flipped back over with two dreads that come back over the top, again adorned with golden ornaments. He sits over you, and you see him stare at you for just a second before he grabs your throat and begins choking you, just as the gloves did before. And all of a sudden, it's not third person. It's there. You awake and you can feel the hands on your neck. You can see this dwarf above you, choking you, holding you down, but you can't move. You can't fight back. You can't resist. And there's almost a part of you that doesn't want to. And you sit there before eventually you fade into unconsciousness. And once again, you're back in the Crimson Wastes. And again, you can see this dwarf on that spike. Just this gentle little flame around him. And you can see the knife in your hand. Them bloodied. Wearing gloves. These gloves that you carry with you. Looking up, you can see the gloves. Not the gloves, but the skin removed from this dwarf's hands. As he's strapped to this pike. And he looks at you, and you look at him, and he just nods. And you take a couple steps forward, and that's when you awake in a cold sweat.
I immediately get up, open the door, peek into the hallway.
There's nobody in the hallway right now.
I, as quickly as I can, but as quietly as I can, just run to Renaya's room, like slightly dry heaving on the way.
Okay. You get to Renaya's room.
I knock very rapidly but quietly. Renaya. Yeah.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Could I talk to you for a little bit? I know. I'm sorry. I'm late. It's late. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna walk in. I just kind of sit in a ball in the corner.
I sit down as well.
Renaya, can you still feel them?
Feel what?
Her wrists. Can you feel her wrists?
I mean, if I think about it enough.
But not all the time.
No.
That's good. I mean, she deserved it.
Are you okay?
No, There was a while ago, I made a promise to someone, and they said that they would hold me to it, they would hold me accountable to it, but they're not here anymore to do so, and I don't know what to do.
Do about what?
About anything. Everywhere I go, everything I do, I can still feel it.
Feel what?
I can feel him die every time, every second. I can feel. I'm so sorry. I have lied to everyone so many times. I'm not a paladin of Luthic. I am a member of the White Hand, Renaya. I reach into my bag, and I pull out, I say, these gloves, I've showed you them already. Do you know what they are?
No.
They are leather, but they aren't normal leather. It isn't. When an orc, a child of Yurtress, turns 12, when they become an adult, they are given a trial. The first one is the trial of pain. The trial of pain, they are infected, and if they fail, if they do not hear the words of Yurtress, if they do not learn how to calm the disease, then they are turned into and nurtured until they die. And I almost failed, Renaya. I almost did. I almost failed. It almost took me. This is what becomes of someone who has almost failed. But I didn't. I succeeded. And then I met someone. But for the next year, you are taught so many terrible things. You are taught how to kill, how to take away, how to farm diseases. Did you see what was in those drawers, Renaya, in the sewers? Did you see what was there? Those slabs of meat.
Yeah.
I know how to do that. I know how to breed them. I know it all. And I've seen what they can do to people I have tortured. I have done so much. But at the end, throughout all that time, I had someone, the greatest man I've ever met. He was a prisoner in the camp. And he taught me. And he said that he'd keep my promise, but at the end of the year, they are given a second trial. It isn't even supposed to be a trial. It's supposed to be something simple to a normal orc. Those prisoners that keep in the orc camps are seen by the children of Yurtress and the White Hand. They are seen as livestock almost. And do you know why they are killed by strangulation?
No.
so they can use the bruises for measurements. Renaya, this is all I have left of him. And I'm supposed to bring them back, but I can't. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know.
Well, that makes two of us, but I can't. When I go to sleep, I can feel it, I can see it. I know what he felt as my hands were around his neck. And you know what he did? He smiled at me. And with the last bit of breath in his lungs, he forgave me, Renaya. He forgave me. While I was killing him, the only person who had ever done anything good for me. And then with my own two hands, I flayed him and made him into a pair of gloves. And I carry them with me, Renaya. I carry the corpse of the only person who has ever treated me like a person. And I'm supposed to bring those gloves to his family. Do you know why the Alisar dwarves have those rings and gold strewn about in their beards? Every single one of them is an ancestor. They are cremated and compressed and poured into molten vats of precious metals and turned into rings. And he wanted me to do that. He wanted me to bring back these. They wanted me to bring him back. I can't. How? I'm supposed to go to his family in Orc, the one that killed him, and hand them a pair of gloves. The promise that I made, it meant a lot. It changed fundamentally who I am. And I would like to be that person again, Renaya. But I need someone to hold me to it.
Do you think I could do that for you?
Renaya, I not only believe that you are capable of doing it, I think you are perhaps the only person here strong enough to do it.
And I will.
And I am sorry for the burden that it is.
Don't be.
I set my bag on the ground, and get on both knees with my head lowered. And I say, thank you. And if I may ask one more thing of you.
Of course.
When I fail and everything breaks and I betray all that we have, will you forgive me?
Tarak, what are you talking about?
I've lied a lot of times, Renaya. And I know that it comes with consequences. But if there is even one person who can bear to look me in the eye and say that they forgive me, I know that me being alive was worth it.
And do you want to be forgiven?
Don't we all?
You are Tarak.
In that case, I swear my 5 names. Tarak. Tarak the Sheathed Blade. Tarak of the Shield. Tarak the Broken. And Tarak Cursed. That these hands will be used to heal and not to harm. That my voice will be a guide to those immersed in darkness to lead them to the path of peace. No matter the time or pain it takes me, until death ends my journey, I will perform this task. And when the time comes, when the wound of evil has festered and grown to where it cannot be healed, I shall cut it out with a surgeon's precision, quick and painless. With the consequences of my failure a weight on my shoulders forevermore. I swear this, and so it shall be done. Renaya, if you see me breaking this promise, you have full right to slay me where I stand, and I will not resist.
Tarak,
And I ask that you do this. Please. I cannot break a promise again.
I can't do that, Tarak.
Renaya, the orcs have a saying. They tell it to the young ones while they are growing and training in the 12 years up until they join the main forces. Zakim Mundas Thurs. It means glass is stronger broken. Renaya, you seem to think that you can't do some things. I've noticed it a lot, actually. Between you and Melora, you vastly underestimate your own abilities. But there is potentially no one in this party that I have seen more broken. It's not a bad thing. You fear a man with scars because you know that he has survived them. So I know that you say you can't, but I need you to do this. And I know you can. Now, I don't plan on breaking my promise anytime soon, but I didn't the first time either.
I will hold you to your promise.
Thank you. I pray now that when I sleep, I can breathe. Do you mind if I stay in the corner?
I'm gonna go and get a blanket and kind of tuck him in the corner and like prop a pillow behind.
One more thing. Could you, just in case, could you take care of one thing for me? I reach into the bag again and I open the little hatch and dig into another little bag. I pull out a little platinum ring. I say, could you just keep this? I don't care if you wear it, but it was his.
Do you just want me to keep it safe?
Well, if for some reason I am lost or anything like that, then at least between the two of us, one of us can return something.
Okay. And I'll take it.
Thank you. I'm going to go to sleep now.
Okay. If you need me at any point, just say something, okay?
The same goes to you.
Okay. Sleep well.
You too.
Hannah, you begin to find sleep on the hard floor. The wooden floorboards beneath you, not necessarily warm, but not cold either. Between the blanket and the bedroll that you have, you manage to find sleep. And at first, you recognize the situation that you're in. You've had so many nightmares over the years that you can tell when one is coming. But this one is different than you have experienced before. This time you're back in the Feywild. And you're just walking along, almost lucid dreaming, almost aware that you're dreaming. And you look out across this field, and your vision zooms past the field, past the mountain, past this river, through the lake, and onto this another mountainside with this almost blinding dawn behind it, as the ever-present sunset or sunrise, depending on what time you think of it, always in the Feywild. This bright light beaming behind the mountain. And you zoom in even further into this golden castle built into the mountain. These dark gray stones with the with reflective panels that reflect the light, making it shimmer like gold. erupts out of this mountainside. And for a moment, this feels familiar, like you've been here before. And your vision zooms again to the throne room of this palace. And sitting on a golden throne, you see a feminine figure. This armored, very, very well-built athletic woman with amber hair flowing out of the backside of her helmet. And the helmet that has a visor that comes down and goes into a peak around the front of it, just so you can only see her mouth. The mouth that grins wider than it should, with razor sharp teeth appearing out of it. The most noticeable thing is this 5-pronged crown that comes out of her helmet. Almost like a trident tip, where it comes out and then has the spikes on the side. Each one of these prongs comes out at a different angle, creating the crest of a sunrise. And you stand there and you see her, and she's looking off before she then looks over and sees you. Sees through you. Sees into your soul. And she just smiles. Hello. I see you're back. And then she looks over and waves her hand, and this ashen gray man with gold bindings around his arms and smoke billowing from behind this golden mask rises out of the dust underneath her hand. The smoke billowing out of his eyes and his mouth and around his head and off the back. This one almost sash-like loincloth hanging down with golden embroidery on it. He stands up and then rushes towards you, driving the knife that you recognize, the one that held the screams of the damned. Drives it through your chest and twists, and you scream and look down and see this rot and decay, much like the tree that you saw, spread out from your chest and up and around, before eventually your eyes go black and you can feel your soul leave, or your consciousness, or something. And then it's all black. And you can just feel your cheeks wet as tears are streaming down your face. Cather, as this has been going on, you sit not too far away, just enough to keep a comfortable distance. Mm-hmm. And Melora has been convulsing as this just faint bit of dark energy spreads out from her chest, and she starts crying as she screams in pain.
I go over to her.
Okay. You grab her and hold her.
More?
And just as quickly as she screamed, she's done. And the blackness fades. Melora, you open your eyes, slowly feeling the water on your cheeks, as Cather holds your head and you upright, just allowing you to breathe.
Melora, are you okay? What's wrong?
I think I'm in danger.
Okay. I mean, do we need to leave? Do we need to go? Just walk away? I mean,
I was in the Feywild, and I went to a palace, and there was a woman who recognized me, and she made the gold masked figure rise from the ground, and I think he killed me. I do not think it coincidence that he reigns the city now.
Right. Okay. So then, maybe we just be very careful, alright? We don't talk to anyone that we don't have to talk to. We'll talk to the others. We can just leave. We can get out. We can keep you safe. We can all work together and we'll try and figure out a plan.
Alright.
Nothing's gonna happen to you, alright? I swear.
Alright. Do you mind staying over here?
Of course. I kind of just sit up and like kind of let her sit up however she wants to, since I realize I'm still kind of holding her probably. I'll just like grab some of the like pillows or whatever and just like set them up. Just grab a blanket.
Mm-hmm. You guys set up this ledge that you can lean against. Melora, you resting against Kath's chest. His calm, consistent breathing almost anchoring you. And you can feel Ginger just gently in your lap. Every once in a while you can look down and see her worried look. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. The three of you, Renaya, Tarak, and Melora, all level up.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
So let's roll your dice real quick.
Catch up, you guys.
Havel
God.
is in a
Jeez.
panic. Let's go.
I don't think you're the only one, buddy.
We are straight up not having a good time.
Oh my god.
What the
Yeah, get it, Tarak.
See-
Be the tank.
See, I
At
was
9 on die. Hoo-hoo.
Nice.
Ooh.
That was an 8.
Beefy.
Nice.
Oh, 8.
Holy
Twins.
I hope I roll a 1 when I level up.
Hey, Eve, I don't like being called out like that. Could you not?
What do you say?
good times.
Love that.
To be fair,
Yeah.
DJ wanted us to make it a lot farther than what we did. Just saying.
That just means episode 12.
But that's so long
Awesome.
away.
That is. So,
Why did
Speaking of
the
that-
why did the hag just have that in the hut? Like, why is that just there?
Bro, it's a hag.
Because of you. Because you were gonna be there.
Hey man, you right, but why?
awesome. Thank you everybody for watching so much. We appreciate it so much. Next week will be a little bit of a different episode like we talked about. Next week we're actually all going to be here in Idaho. So we'll be getting together. It should be pretty bad. We're
Ask
very, very
us
excited about it.
questions.
Yes.
Ask us questions.
So next week's episode will be a talk show where we talk about the show, how it started, any questions that you guys have. So please send us some questions for that. We really look forward to answering as many of those as we can. Like I said at the beginning, you can either use the hashtag AskTPD on Twitter to send us your questions, or you can comment on our Instagram post at the Paper Dungeon on Instagram. There's a gold post that asks you for your questions. Please send us all your questions. We want to answer everything. That week also, this upcoming Wednesday is going to be the final episode of Between the Rows. And so next week we'll be doing the same thing on Wednesday. We'll be having a talk show. Definitely go check out Between the Rows if you haven't. It's an emotional joyride. And so
Okay,
definitely go check it
joyride.
out.
That's
Pushes
putting
it.
it.
It's a
that-
joyride.
That's putting it lightly.
I had a joyride.
I had
Emotional
a great
death
time.
trap.
I had a great time. But yeah, definitely go send us questions for that as well. Aaron did a great job, and there's tons of lore that we didn't really get to explore that he created. So whatever
Now,
questions you have for
I
it.
believe in terms of like watching Between the Rows, Grant, we're planning on doing episodes on YouTube, right?
Yes, indeed.
And then
They will be on YouTube. Not
Yes,
currently, but they
not
will
currently,
be. Yes.
but they will be. And then
And they will also be we
On
haven't
Podbean.
decided whether we're going to group them into 2 groups to be like just longer episodes with multiple longer podcast episodes with multiple episodes in it, or to do 3 since the last episode is rather long. We haven't decided yet, but it will also be on Podbean, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, once we figure out how we want to divide them up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll try and do
You guys
that this
can-
week so you guys can catch up on it before next week.
Yep, and then you can all cry together.
It'll be great.
It'll be amazing.
Also,
Go ahead.
Oh. no, I was just gonna say, hey y'all in chat, stop adding me for touching things. Plot.
Plot.
Plot is all he says.
Also, next week we'll be launching our merch, and so please go check that out. We would love all the support. We've been working on getting our subscribe button up, and it's been a hassle trying to get that figured out because we're a group company and stuff like that. It's just the whole thing. So
I'm
if you guys
struggling.
it's a struggle. So if you guys do want to support us, some of you have mentioned wanting to do that. We would really appreciate it, and that's a great way that you can do that. Plus, you get a little something in return. So, yeah, if you want to do that, that'd be awesome. But yeah, tune in back in 2 weeks for episode 12 when the rest of these bozos level up, hopefully, and it should be pretty great.
We'll see. We were supposed that was supposed to all happen this episode, and we only got halfway through.
Edward's
we
Edward's
didn't
just gonna
even make
leave
it
and
to
say
our
another
long
Level 2 forever.
rest.
Supposed to happen.
Joxer, that's you assuming that DJ is kind enough to give me plot armor.
We're
Awesome.
killing.
That's
We're killing
beautiful.
him. Look, you two
We're
aren't
just letting him
making
die.
it past level 2. Edward and Havel are level 2 forever.
Yeah,
ever.
Havel was never meant to make it this far, honestly.
Actually, Havel does have plot armor because we have really expensive character art. So.
Oh, that's all right.
Thank you, at Pocket Chicken, for that. That was amazing.
Yes, indeed. I have one last thing. Hey, guys, we love our Dungeoneers. Our Dungeoneers are our heart and soul behind this channel. Can I get a hoorah in chat?
Hoorah!
So
Hoorah.
outside that, apparently.
I also want to say
Hoorah.
we want to share our story and our adventure with others. So if you have friends that you think would enjoy the show that you could spill tea about Melora and Cather with, do whatever you want. If you want to share this with people, that's a big, big help to us. And
Yes,
we just
100%.
get more Dungeoneers that we can love and
Oh,
bring
yes,
into our little
of course.
ginger pat party. So
And a moment to destroy.
Yes, sweet.
I
Well,
think that's everything, DJ.
that's
That is everything. Thank you guys so much for watching. We look forward to seeing you guys next week live in person with everybody. But yeah, we love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Good night and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We'll see you.
Good
next
luck.
week.
good
too.
luck and God's.
Isn't that what
I
it
kind of
is?
like. I kind of like it better.
I kind of, you know,
What is it?
It's
What
fine.
is it supposed
It's
to be?
that's
No,
a
it's too
wrap.
late. Drew, end the
Dungeoneer.
stream.
It's supposed to be- No!